Chapter 443. Yan Chutian, who did not know and did not have the time to care about the chaos in the evil flower palace, was focused on sitting cross-legged in the depths of the mountain cave. His eyes were slightly closed, and he looked extremely calm on the surface. However, at this moment, in the depths of his dantian, there was an earth-shattering change. Under the intentional control of Yan Chutian, the wisps of pure spiritual energy that were actively converging together continued to condense toward the spiritual yuan like before. Yan Chutian did not know if it was an illusion or not, but this time, it was much easier for him to gather the spiritual source. There was almost no obstruction, and he was able to gather another thread of spiritual source. However, even though he had truly gathered the 22nd thread of spiritual source, Yan Chutian's face was still filled with disbelief. This was because he knew that in his previous life, gathering 21 threads of spiritual source was already his limit. No matter how hard he tried, it was difficult for him to form the 22nd thread of spiritual source. But now, he did not spend much effort to easily form the 22nd thread of spiritual source. However, just like before Yan Chutian could rejoice, he suddenly felt that from the nourishing elixir, there were threads of mysterious and pure spiritual energy that slowly floated up. Yan Chutian did not have the time to think too much about it and immediately focused on the condensation of spiritual yuan. Yan Chutian knew that his current situation was completely different from his previous life, which was why he was able to gather more spiritual source than in his previous life. The more spiritual source, the stronger the spiritual rune that was formed. Therefore, Yan Chutian did not mind gathering more spiritual source. Another day slowly passed. Only then did Yan Chutian feel that the condensation of spiritual yuan in his body had finally reached the end. Looking over, in the depths of his dantian, there were 25 threads of spiritual source floating up and down. Compared to the 21 threads in his previous life, there were 4 more threads. Although there were only 4 more strands of spiritual source, Yan Chutian believed that the spirit awakening rune formed from these 25 strands of spiritual source would be much stronger than in his previous life. After all, the power of the condensation of spiritual source was never a simple addition. Instead, it multiplied exponentially. Since the condensation of spiritual source had already reached this step, Yan Chutian no longer had any thoughts of hesitation. He exhaled lightly. Then, he quickly retracted his consciousness and entered the depths of his dantian. Next, he was going to start the final condensation of the spirit runes. The sky was getting darker and darker. Above the dark sky, only a cold crescent moon was quietly hanging high up in the sky. The moonlight that shone down was similarly cold. Under the icy cold moonlight, the mountain forest was deathly silent. Occasionally, 1 or 2 beastly roars could be heard. However, these rare sounds only served to accentuate the surrounding atmosphere, causing it to become increasingly cold. However, in such a cold and serene mountain forest, there was a thin and small figure walking alone. It could be vaguely seen that this was a thin and weak girl. This girl was actually Cher, who had been forced to separate from Yan Chutian back then. The current Cher did not look much different from before. However, the feeling of weakness and dependence from before had disappeared. Her delicate face was filled with strength and tenacity. As she walked, the girl took out a jade scroll and constantly scanned it. It was obvious that she was following the jade scroll as she walked. After another glance at the jade scroll, a sweet smile that should belong to her age finally appeared on the girl's originally indifferent face. It could be clearly seen that the girl was approaching the location marked on the jade scroll map. "Brother Yen, Cher will always be waiting for you here. You must come and get Cher." The condensation of the spirit awakening rune was no longer as messy as before when Yan Chutian encountered it. Moreover, the number of 25 strands of spiritual source seemed to be extremely perfect. Therefore, it was much easier to condense it than before. As a result, 2 days later, the Spirit Awakening rune was finally completely condensed by Yen Chutian. At the same time, under the constant nourishment of the mysterious heavenly treasure jade, Yen Chutian finally stopped purposely suppressing his cultivation. After a slight attempt to break through, his cultivation smoothly broke through to elixir stage 8. Finally, he stood up from his long meditation. Yen Chutian's face was filled with joy. The value of this mysterious heavenly treasure jade was becoming greater and greater in his eyes. At the very least, if it wasn't for the mysterious heavenly treasure jade, Yen Chutian believed that he definitely would not have been able to condense the Spirit Awakening rune and break through in such a short amount of time. Since he had already stood up, Yen Chutian did not stay any longer and immediately left the mountain cave with a flash. Yen Chutian was sure that Hu Xian definitely knew that he had left in these few days. This place was not far from the evil flower palace, so it was not impossible for them to find him. Next, calculating the time, Cher should also be arriving at the location marked on the map in the jade slip. Therefore, he wanted to hurry on his way and meet up with Cher as soon as possible. Yen Chutian was worried about Cher, so he even used the mysterious shadow as he hurried. Even though this would consume a lot of energy, he did not care. Even so, Yen Chutian still needed several days to reach the location marked on the map. After several days of trekking, Yen Chutian finally arrived at the location marked on the map in the jade slip. The marked location was actually near the border of the Divine Continent, the location of a small village. Yen Chutian had purposely chosen this location to travel together with Cher. They had purposely avoided all possible locations where disciples of the divine realm might appear. But when Yen Chutian neared, he was shocked to discover that the marked village had already been reduced to ruins. Looking at the large expanse of scorched earth before him, Yen Chutian suddenly had a very bad feeling. A bad feeling. Looking at the miserable state of the village, it was clear that it had not been long since this scene had occurred. Therefore, how could Yen Chutian not be worried about whether Cher had been affected? He immediately swept his gaze and the power of his spiritual eye at the same time, scanning the scorched earth before him. At this moment, Yen Chutian really wanted to detect Cher's aura, but he did not want to do so in this messy place. Fortunately, after scanning the surroundings, Yen Chutian did not detect Cher's aura. However, after scanning for a while, he noticed something strange under a collapsed low house. He slowly stepped into the dilapidated low house and waved his hand slightly. Immediately, spiritual energy surged and lifted the ground, revealing a cave that was 5 feet in size. After scanning with his perception, Yen Chutian immediately saw a thin and weak figure curled up in the depths of the cave. Yen Chutian could clearly sense that this was a girl who was younger than Cher. And this girl was already very weak. This was not only because of excessive shock and fear, but also because this little girl had not eaten for several days. This girl had never cultivated before, so it was impossible for her to directly refine heaven and earth treasures to help her recover. Therefore, Yen Chutian could only immediately use his spiritual energy to refine some of the barbecued meat that he carried with him. Under the refining of spiritual energy, although it was not to say that the barbecued meat would turn into a spiritual medicine, it would still increase its effectiveness by a lot. If the girl ate it, she would be able to absorb and recover as quickly as possible. And sure enough, when the girl was fed the barbecued meat by Yen Chutian in a daze, her originally weak body quickly and slowly recovered. In less than a quarter of an hour, the girl was already able to open her eyes. As soon as she opened her eyes and saw Yen Chutian, the girl's young and tender face immediately revealed a strong fear. Then, her still weak body immediately began to struggle. Yen Chutian could only sigh helplessly. He knew that this girl must have seen her family destroyed with her own eyes, just like Cher. Otherwise, she would not have become like this. Therefore, Yen Chutian could only try his best to calm the girl's fearful heart. Then, it was unknown whether it was because Yen Chutian's comforting had an effect, or because the girl understood that the man in front of her was not one of those bad people from before. The girl calmed down and then took the initiative to grab the barbecued meat in Yan Chutian's hand and devoured it in big mouthfuls. However, as she ate and ate, the girl's eyes turned red. Unable to suppress the sadness in her heart, she immediately burst into tears. Looking at the girl crying in despair, Yan Chutian could only sigh helplessly. He could imagine the pain and sorrow that this girl had experienced, but as a stranger, he was not qualified to comfort her. At the same time, he could not find an angle to comfort her. Therefore, Yan Chutian could only quietly wait for the girl to vent her emotions. After a full half an hour, the girl finally stopped crying. She opened her swollen eyes and looked at Yan Chutian. Add a bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 444. Big Brother, thank you. With her swollen eyes, the young girl choked with sobs as she weakly said the words in her heart. At this point, how could the young girl not be able to tell that the man in front of her was different from those bad guys? Yan Chutian was naturally happy that the young girl could speak. He immediately asked the young girl about the reason for the change in the village. From the young girl's words, Yan Chutian finally knew that it was a mountain stronghold near this village that had robbed the village. When he mentioned it, the young girl's eyes revealed fear. Yan Chutian also learned that although the mountain stronghold was originally fierce, it was not so inhumane. However, an immortal-like youth had appeared at some unknown time and massacred their village and the surrounding villages. Actually, when he heard this, Yan Chutian had already thought of something. He never believed that someone would massacre for no reason, let alone these weak villagers. The only people who could possibly do this were the disciples of the God realm. This was because they all had the responsibility of collecting the flesh and blood of living creatures for the resurrection of the ancient corpse beast. After witnessing such a massacre again, even though Yan Chutian had already expected the brutality of the God realm, he still could not help but feel a strong anger from the depths of his heart. If he had not met them, Yan Chutian would not have been able to do anything. However, since he had met them, then the disciples of the God realm should not even think about returning alive to the God realm to receive rewards. Yan Chutian had already made up his mind. Following this, he did not hide anything from the young girl. This was because he knew that the young girl's heart should have a monstrous hatred like Cher's. Since he wanted to kill the disciple of the God realm, he could bring him along and use the death of the disciple to dispel the hatred in the young girl's heart. Hearing Yan Chutian's words, the young girl's tender face immediately revealed a strong color of disbelief. After all, although she had not seen it with her own eyes, she had heard that the mountain stronghold was occupied by an immortal. And the young man in front of her wanted to take her to the immortal for revenge? Seeing the young girl's reaction, even if she did not say anything, Yan Chutian could already guess what kind of thoughts appeared in the young girl's mind. He couldn't help but smile at this. He raised his hand, and the spiritual fire in his palm flickered with a dazzling light. He couldn't tell this mortal girl about his cultivation level, so he decided to use the simplest method to tell her that he was also an immortal. Yan Chutian's method was indeed very effective. On the young girl's exquisite face, there was a thick look of shock. Big brother, you're an immortal? Strictly speaking, Yan Chutian could not be considered an immortal. Only those who had crossed the heavenly connection barrier and reached the peak of the flying immortal realm could be considered true immortals. However, there were only a few people in the reaching heaven realm, not to mention those who were above them. The flying celestial realm. But it was still the same thought as before. Yan Chutian couldn't possibly talk about this with the girl. He could only quietly nod his head. In any case, in the eyes of mortals, cultivators were equivalent to immortals. Seeing Yan Chutian's thoughts, the shock on the girl's face became more and more intense. Following that, a strong sense of joy emerged. With this big brother immortal making a move, she might really be able to kill that bad immortal and avenge her parents and the entire village. Therefore, without even needing Yan Chutian to speak, the girl took the initiative to lead Yan Chutian towards the stronghold. At the same time, on top of a mountain that the two of them were heading towards, in the dense forest, the stronghold, which was usually dark and rarely lit, was filled with layers of bloody light that lingered in the sky. These bloody lights emitted a strong smell of blood. Looking down, one could see that under the bloody fog, there were pitch-black jars arranged in a certain order. The source of the bloody fog was these pitch-black stone jars arranged in a row. If Yan Chutian was here, he would be able to easily see that these stone jars contained the flesh and blood of living beings. As the bloody fog filled the air, it was obvious that the flesh and blood in the stone jars was being refined to remove the impurities. Once it was completed, the flesh and blood would turn into essence. Looking again, one could see that beside these stone jars, there was a young man sitting quietly with his legs crossed. Obviously, the source of all this was him. However, the refinement of flesh and blood could not be completed in a short period of time. Therefore, the young man sat quietly with his legs crossed, waiting for the moment to complete. It was also because of this that he did not know that not long after, two auras approached the stronghold. As they approached the stronghold, Yan Chutian could feel the majestic bloody aura that was being emitted from the stronghold even before they had truly appeared. At the same time, he could also feel that someone was refining the flesh and blood. How could Yan Chutian hesitate? He raised his hand to protect the girl and shot towards the stronghold. Even though he did not know who the other party was, even if they were really disciples of the God realm, he did not think that they were people like Hu Xian. The disciples who were sent to collect the flesh and blood of living beings were limited to the Yuanying realm. They might not even reach the true Yuanying realm. The situation was not out of Yan Chutian's expectations. When he arrived at the stronghold's plaza with the girl in his arms, he immediately saw the young man sitting cross-legged amidst the bloody aura. As for the young man's cultivation, he was only an ordinary level 9 elixir. In Yan Chutian's eyes, he was not worth mentioning. However, if Yan Chutian thought so, the other party could not be the same. Feeling that someone had suddenly intruded, the young man who had been sitting cross-legged for a long time finally opened his eyes slowly. The first thing he saw was Yan Chutian. This was because he felt the elixir level 8 emanating from Yan Chutian's body. Level 8 cultivation aura. However, this made him feel very disdainful. A mere level 8 elixir level cultivator was nothing in his eyes. Not to mention that he had already stepped into the level 9 elixir level. He was also the overlord of the divine continent and a disciple of the God realm. Therefore, he laughed coldly and said, "Ignorant fool! Since you have intruded here, then today, this place will be the death of an ant like you." After he laughed coldly, he did not wait to see how Yan Chutian would react. He immediately formed a hand seal and slammed it towards Yan Chutian. Yan Chutian was already accustomed to the overbearing and insolent appearance of this disciple of the God domain. Since the other party had come to kill him, he naturally would not be polite. He urged out the power of the 5 directions and sent out a hand seal with a flip of his hand. The two hand seals met silently in midair. When they met, the expression of the disciple from the God realm changed drastically. This was because he felt a power that he could not resist from Yan Chutian's hand seal. That was the power of the 5 forces. Even though he could activate the power of the 6 forces, Yan Chutian did not do so. After all, even if it was just the power of the 5 forces, it was still a weight that the other party could not withstand. How is this possible? 5 forces? The disciple from the God realm exclaimed in shock. Then, he was suppressed to the ground by Yan Chutian's power and could not move. This was because Yan Chutian did not want to kill him directly. Otherwise, the power of the 5 forces would be too heavy for him to withstand. Since he was not killed, how could the disciple from the God realm hesitate? He immediately shouted, You can't kill me. I am a disciple from the God realm. If you dare to kill me, you will definitely be hunted down by the God realm. Even if you escape to other continents, you will not be able to escape death. The disciple from the God realm believed that with the name of the God realm, the other party would definitely not dare to kill him because the God realm was the overlord of this continent. However, he did not expect that after he shouted, Yan Chutian did not show the slightest fear. Instead, he sneered. The reason Yan Chutian sneered was very simple. This disciple from the God realm was just talking nonsense. How could the God realm hunt down an ordinary disciple with great fanfare? Moreover, even if they did, how many disciples from the God realm had he killed? After that, Yan Chutian still did not say anything. He only slowly emitted spiritual flames and ignited the disciple from the God realm. Since this disciple from the God realm was so heartless as to refine the flesh and blood of a living creature, he would let him feel what it was like to be refined alive. Yan Chutian's action caused the disciple's expression to change greatly. He had already realized Yan Chutian's intention. But how could that be? Not only would it mean that he would die, but it would also mean that he would suffer extreme torture before he died. To be refined to death by someone, just the thought of it caused fear to well up in the heart of this divine realm disciple. Add a bookmark to make it easier to read. Chapter 445. But this realm of the gods disciple seemed to have forgotten that when he received the order from his superiors to coldly refine the flesh and blood of those mortals, his expression was cold and indifferent. Yan Chutian didn't restrain his refining power, so in just a short moment, the realm of the gods disciple was refined to death by Yan Chutian, turning into a pool of blood. After killing this realm of the gods disciple, Yan Chutian didn't need to look at the surrounding stronghold. When he entered, he saw the open space of the stronghold and the corpses of the bandits in black. In this entire stronghold, besides this realm of the gods disciple, there was no other living thing. But to be safe, Yan Chutian still spread out his perception and scanned the inside and outside of the stronghold. As he scanned, he actually felt that there seemed to be a weak aura inside the stronghold. Yan Chutian didn't hesitate too much. After setting up a protective shield for the girl beside him, he rushed into the stronghold. After passing through several corners, Yan Chutian saw that in the depths of the stronghold, in a huge room, there was actually an unconscious girl. At a glance, who else could this girl be besides Cher? Looking at the sudden appearance of Cher, Yan Chutian was both surprised and worried. It wasn't difficult for him to guess that Cher's current coma was caused by that realm of the god's disciple. Then, would that realm of the god's disciple shamelessly do something to Yan Chutian? Burning with anxiety, Yan Chutian didn't even care about the difference between men and women. He immediately scanned Cher's body with his perception. If Cher was really harmed by that realm of the god's disciple, then the first person he couldn't spare was himself. Even though he originally wanted to let Cher gain experience, this didn't mean that he would let Cher suffer such harm. But fortunately, after scanning with his perception, the worst situation didn't occur. Cher was still in perfect condition. This made Yan Chutian breathe a sigh of relief. Then, he quickly infused his spiritual energy into Cher's body, allowing her to slowly recover. Under the nourishment of Yan Chutian's spiritual energy, in less than a quarter of an hour, Yan Chutian gradually recovered from his weak and unconscious state. Then, he opened his eyes that had been closed for a long time. When he opened his eyes, deep in the girl's eyes, there was obviously a strong sense of fear. When she saw that the man in front of her was Yan Chutian, the fear immediately disappeared and was replaced by disbelief and surprise. Brother Yan? Cher's voice trembled. She forced herself to reach out her jade-like effort, but she didn't dare to truly touch Yan Chutian's face. She was afraid that if she really touched him, the scene before her eyes would be destroyed. The girl's appearance made Yan Chutian's heart ache even more. For a moment, he couldn't think of anything else, so he could only hold her in his arms. Feeling the familiar aura of the embrace, Cher finally slowly came back to her senses. At the same time, she was sure that the man in front of her was really Yan Chutian. After truly confirming Yan Chutian's identity, the girl's delicate face was full of joy. Compared to the intense joy, it seemed that the satisfaction this time was worth all the suffering she had experienced before. After hugging for a long time, until Cher's beautiful face unconsciously appeared a touch of red, Yan Chutian finally released her. At this time, Yan Chutian also felt a trace of awkwardness, so he couldn't say anything. He could only lead the way in front, bringing Cher out of the stronghold and back to the open space. However, when they returned to the open space of the stronghold, Yan Chutian didn't have time to restrain his joy of finding Cher. He suddenly saw that the girl had already fallen to the ground within his spirit energy barrier. Her breathing was weak. Yan Chutian hurriedly rushed forward and helped the girl up. Only after helping the girl up did he see that there was a dagger in the latter's chest. The girl had actually killed herself. Cough! She coughed violently, and dark red blood flowed out from the corner of her mouth. However, the girl didn't care about it. She just barely opened her eyes and said weakly, "Big brother immortal, don't save me. My family has been killed. Even the people in the village have died, so I don't have any intention of continuing to live." Listening to the girl's simplest logic, Yan Chutian really couldn't find any reason to persuade her. Moreover, he was even more clear that the dagger in the girl's chest had already destroyed her heart. He simply didn't have the ability to save her. This was because with the girl's body's endurance, if he refined heavenly treasures to help her recover, even the medicinal efficacy wouldn't be able to take effect. The dense spirit energy would be enough to cause her to explode. Because of all these reasons, Yan Chutian's hands only trembled in the end. However, he didn't disobey the girl's intention and forcefully rescued her. Without Yan Chutian or Cher's help, how long could the girl last with a mortal body? But her heart had already been destroyed. In just a few breaths, the girl's breath, which was already weak to begin with, was completely cut off. Then, she turned into a corpse that was gradually losing its temperature. Looking at the dead girl's corpse, Yan Chutian's hands were still trembling. He didn't know if he had made the right choice. Although he had followed the girl's wishes, he had also watched a fresh life disappear before his eyes. Even though Yan Chutian had seen too many life and death situations, this young girl was completely different from those he had seen before. "Brother Yan, don't blame yourself. She has already seen her revenge. This is the greatest comfort. Even if she dies, she will die with a heart full of satisfaction." Behind Yan Chutian, Cher's pretty face was also depressed. From a certain point of view, compared to Yan Chutian, she could empathize with the girl's thoughts more. In fact, at that time, if it wasn't because of her grandfather's instructions to let her live well and entrusted her to Brother Yan, she was afraid that at that time, she would also have extreme thoughts of dying to end things. It was unknown whether or not Cher's consolation was effective, but Yan Chutian didn't continue to look at the girl's dead body. He slowly stood up and retreated a distance of 3 meters with Cher. Then, he raised his hand and waved. Immediately, spiritual flames spread out and burned the girl's corpse, as well as the black jars that contained the flesh and blood of living creatures. At this moment, Yan Chutian's heart wasn't filled with sorrow, but with extreme cruelty. Because he knew that all of this was brought about by the Divine Realm's conspiracy. If the Divine Realm didn't disregard everything and only wanted to revive the ancient corpse beast and dominate the heaven realm with the power of the ancient corpse beast, how could such a scene happen? At the end of the day, as long as the Divine Realm's conspiracy wasn't destroyed, the tragic fate of the girl would repeat itself day by day. Even at every moment in every corner of the heaven realm, it would be like this. After an hour, when the flames burned everything clean, Yan Chutian continued to bring Cher and set foot on the road to the Divine Realm's border. The Yellow Sand Sky Forest was one of the famous forbidden areas in the Heaven Realm. It was located at the border between the Divine Continent and the Tsang Continent. It was also because of this forbidden area that there were two continents. At first, the name Yellow Sand Sky Forest was extremely contradictory. How could yellow sand and mountain forest gather together? However, as long as one saw this forbidden area with their own eyes, they would realize that the name Yellow Sand Sky Forest was a perfect description. Looking from outside the forbidden area, it was indeed an incomparably vast mountain forest. It was boundless, as if there was no end to it. However, this mountain forest was actually completely yellow. Furthermore, in the dense mountain forest, there were constantly yellow sandstorms that were dozens of feet long spreading. Such a sandstorm seemed ordinary, but even Yuanying realm cultivators weren't willing to be contaminated in the slightest. That was because they knew very well that the sandstorm was more than enough to easily kill them. However, such a dangerous forbidden area like the Nine Yang Abyss would always have strange opportunities. Not to mention that the area near the Yellow Sand Sky Forest was an extremely good environment for body refinement. Even in such an area, as long as one could dig out even a small section of the root system that originated from the Yellow Sand Sky Forest, it would be a valuable heavenly treasure. Furthermore, there were differences in the value of the root system. Not to mention the high grade, even the most ordinary root system was enough to move Yuanying realm cultivators. Today, the Yellow Sand Sky Forest welcomed two figures. It was just that there were too many people coming in and out of the Yellow Sand Sky Forest every day, so who would care or know that two people suddenly came? Looking at the end of the horizon, at the endless Yellow Sand Sky Forest, Yan Chutian's heart trembled slightly. Different from the Nine Yang Abyss, he was already very familiar with the Yellow Sand Sky Forest. After all, the other side of the Yellow Sand Sky Forest was the Tsang Continent. Being familiar with the Yellow Sand Sky Forest, Yan Chutian also knew how terrifying it was. Hence, he definitely wouldn't choose to cross it. Even if he had to face the Divine Realm, he had to choose to use the Divine Realm's transcontinent teleportation array to return to the Tsang Continent. Genius remembered the address of this site in 1 second. Sogu mobile version of reading website. Chapter 446. A strong gale blew through the yellow sand forest, sweeping up sand and dust into the air. Although it looked like an ordinary gale, Yan Chutian could see a Yuanying realm cultivator being swept away by it. After that, the nascent soul cultivator's aura completely disappeared. There was no need to think too much about it. His fate was most likely to be disastrous. Although he saw this scene, Yan Chutian's expression was extremely calm. This was because he had seen this scene countless times. Although they were both forbidden grounds, the Yellow Sand Forest was obviously more dangerous than the Nine Yang Abyss. As long as one didn't step into the Nine Yang Abyss, there wouldn't be any danger. However, around the Yellow Sand Forest, if one wasn't careful, the storm that suddenly swept up could directly drag one into the forbidden grounds. One could only imagine what would happen if one was swept into the Yellow Sand Forest. By Yan Chutian's side, Shui-er's petite body was wrapped in a large robe, even her head was covered. This wasn't Yan Chutian's intention. Instead, Shui-er knew that her appearance could possibly attract unnecessary trouble, which was why she deliberately did this. The two of them quietly walked forward. After advancing through the Yellow Sand Forest, they soon saw a majestic giant city on the horizon. This city belonged to the Divine Realm. Therefore, its grandeur couldn't be compared to the city they saw in the Nine Yang Abyss. After all, the Divine Realm was currently the #1 faction below the 6 palaces. Seeing the giant city on the horizon, Yan Chutian's expression finally tensed up. If he wanted to use the transcontinent teleportation array to return to the Tsang Continent, he would have to meet people from the Divine Realm. Furthermore, these people from the Divine Realm were considered weak in the Yuanying realm. Only the Heavenly Palace realm was considered the starting point. If it was in the past, he naturally wouldn't care about such people from the divine realm. The so-called heavenly palace realm could only be considered average in his eyes. But now, his cultivation level was only at the 8th level of the primal core stage. Needless to say, even the nascent soul stage was a danger that he could not ignore. But even though he knew this, Yen Chutian had no other choice. After all, compared to crossing the desert forest, the former had a higher chance of success. To be honest, choosing to traverse the yellow sand heavenly forest was equivalent to courting death. The divine domain was the undisputed overlord of the entire divine continent, and the cities they built were all named after divine cities. The divine city at the border of the yellow sand sky forest could only be considered average among the numerous divine cities. That said, that sacred city's reputation was among the best among all the sacred cities. This was because not only did this divine city have a cross-continent teleportation array, but it was also located at the edge of a well-known forbidden area in the heaven realm. Yen Chutian and Shui stepped into the city. Very soon, the two of them settled down in an inn within the city. After settling down, Yen Chutian set up a restriction in the guest room and instructed Sher to stay in the room and not leave. Alone, he walked out of the inn. Naturally, he was going to find a way to obtain a slot for the cross-continent teleportation array. After a series of inquiries, Yen Chutian finally found out that if one wanted to obtain a quota for the teleportation array across continents, just like at the border of the Nine-Yang continent, the majority of the quotas were auctioned off in the City Lord manner. But Yen Chutian rejected this method of obtaining the slots immediately. After all, even if he had a large number of sky crystals now, it was still very difficult to obtain the slots from the auction. Not to mention, what he wanted now was 2 slots for the cross-continent teleportation array. Therefore, Yen Chutian hoped that he could find out from some special places how to obtain the slots by completing missions. But after some investigation, Yen Chutian was disappointed that there seemed to be no way to obtain the slots for the cross-continent teleportation array in the sacred city. In other words, it seemed that one could only obtain the slots from the auction. But how could that be? Yen Chutian did not think that he could obtain 2 slots for the cross-continent teleportation array with the sky crystals he had obtained. Therefore, Yen Chutian continued to investigate in the sacred city. He did not believe that the people in the sacred city would not find some loopholes and connections. And as expected, after another half a day of investigation, Yen Chutian finally found a way to obtain the slots for the sacred realm from some seemingly unrelated corners. Looking at the notice of the marriage by Joust on the city wall, Yen Chutian gradually had some thoughts in his heart. The city lord was publicly holding a marriage by Joust for his daughter. As long as one was a cultivator under the age of 30, they could all participate. Yen Chutian was naturally not thinking about the position of the city lord's son-in-law. Instead, he wanted to participate in this marriage by Joust. As long as he could enter the top 10, he would be able to obtain a certain reward. And as long as he could enter the top 5, he would be able to make a reasonable request to the city lord. Yen Chutian was thinking that after entering the top 5, he would be able to request 2 slots for the cross-continent teleportation array from the city lord. In Yen Chutian's opinion, as long as he controlled his strength well, he should be able to maintain his position at the top 5. And if he maintained his position at the top, he should not be able to obtain the position of son-in-law. Furthermore, Yen Chutian knew himself well. Even if his current appearance was more delicate than in his previous life, he was still considered ordinary. However, in the heaven realm, there were countless male cultivators with outstanding appearances. Naturally, the city lord's daughter would not be interested in him. All kinds of thoughts were not a problem. Furthermore, he did not have any other choice. Therefore, Yen Chutian could only make up his mind and follow the instructions to the registration area for the marriage by Joust. When he arrived at the registration area, Yen Chutian realized that the scene here was really a sea of people. and this was the registration for the marriage by joust. He did not know how long it had been since the registration for the marriage by joust had started. Yen Chutian could imagine that not only did the city lord's daughter have an identity, her appearance should also be extremely good. Otherwise, she would not be able to attract so many registered cultivators. However, this had nothing to do with Yen Chutian. He swept his gaze across the crowd. Most of the registered cultivators were between the 4th and 8th level of elixir. With such cultivation, Yen Chutian did not care at all. Instead, he looked towards the depths of the crowd, at those who had reached the 9th level and had even gathered the 5th level cultivators. These people were the ones that Yen Chutian needed to pay attention to. During this process, Yen Chutian suddenly realized that he felt the aura of someone who was half a step away from yuanying. He looked over and saw a young man walking in the crowd. Not only was his aura strong, but he was also extremely handsome. He had sword-like eyebrows, starry eyes, red lips, and white teeth. Moreover, behind this handsome young man was an old guard. This guard's cultivation had already reached the 5th level of the yuanying realm. Thinking about it, to have such a guard, his identity must be extraordinary. Is this young Master Long? After hearing about the city lord's daughter's marriage by joust, he came all the way from other places? It should be. Young Master Long is extremely talented, and his identity is almost no lower than the city lord's daughter. I think the position of son-in-law is very likely to fall into his hands. I'm afraid this is to let young Master Long display his strength and have the opportunity to marry the city lord's daughter. As the saying went, some people were happy while others were worried. Some people praised this so-called young Master Long, while others whispered sourly. That may not be the case. The city lord is holding a marriage by joust, so he doesn't care about identity. He only cares about talent and strength. That's right. Moreover, if the city lord's daughter really likes young Master Long, why is there a need to hold a marriage by joust? Yen Chutian was not interested in joining the crowd. However, he knew that young Master Long should be the most popular candidate for the son-in-law of the city lord this time. However, this had nothing to do with him. As long as he could get the 5th place, he could ask the city lord for 2 spots in the transcontinent transportation array. Such a request shouldn't be too much of a request. Following the crowd back to the rest stop, Yen Chutian explained to Shui what she had done. He did not observe Cher's reaction, so he did not notice that a look of dissatisfaction flashed past Cher's small face. However, the young girl knew that Yen Chutian had no choice, so she did not say much. She only told Yen Chutian to be careful, and not to accidentally reveal his true strength and obtain 1st place. Hearing this, Yen Chutian did not think too much about it. He only smiled and rubbed the young girl's head. Only then did he casually smile and say, "Brother Yen naturally knows what to do. You, on the other hand, have to train hard and break through to the 6th level of elixir as soon as possible." Originally, because of Yen Chutian's actions, Cher's face was slightly flushed. However, after hearing the former's words, she immediately nodded her head heavily. "Big brother Yen, Cher will definitely not disappoint you." Bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 447. A short span of 2 days had quietly passed by again. 2 days later, it was the day of the martial arts competition to find a spouse. To be safe, Yen Chutian asked Cher to stay in the guest room. The young girl was somewhat dissatisfied with this, but she obediently listened to Yen Chutian's instructions and quietly sat cross-legged in the guest room. After settling Shui down, Yen Chutian left the inn and followed the flow of people towards the Divine City's plaza. That was where the groom contest would begin. When Yen Chutian appeared in the plaza of the Divine City, what he saw was a sea of people that was even more crowded than 2 days ago. However, no matter how crowded it was, there was still a large empty space in the center of the square. This was because this was the groom contest held by the city master of the Divine City, who was also one of the higher-ups of the divine realm. If anyone dared to offend him, they could be killed by him. The city master didn't even need to do it himself. There were many powerful auras around the square, and any one of them was enough to make most of the cultivators tremble. In the crowd, Yan Chutian lowered his body like an ordinary cultivator and looked up at the powerful auras above the square. Among these powerful auras, Yuanying realm cultivators were common, and there were even a few Heavenly Palace realm cultivators. Of course, Yan Chutian would not miss out on the enormous aura that was faintly discernible even though it was not visible. Yan Chutian knew that it should be the city master of the divine city, who was also one of the higher-ups of the divine realm. With such a huge aura, his cultivation was probably close to the peak of the Heavenly Palace realm. Feeling such an aura, Yan Chutian deliberately suppressed his own aura to avoid attracting the attention of others. However, what made him feel helpless was that if he really obtained the 5th position, it would be impossible for him to not attract attention. However, this was a contradiction, and he couldn't get the best of both worlds. After waiting in the square for an hour, a ray of light finally shot out from the depths of the square and landed in the center of the square. Boom! A stone wall that looked like a door frame descended on the ground, creating ripples of energy. When the energy ripples gradually dissipated, strands of turbulent spatial energy began to spread out in all directions. There was no need to think too much about this situation. This stone wall was definitely the starting point of a spatial passage. Sure enough, a moment later, another dim light flashed over and landed on the stone wall. When this faint light descended, the turbulent spatial energy on the stone wall suddenly became even denser. Gradually, the space force rippled like a vortex and finally transformed into a passage entrance. Looking at this scene, Yan Chutian had already expected this. Although this square was big, it was not the place to decide the top 10 or even the top 5. After all, we're in a tournament. There were so many Xiozha looking for a spouse, and they had to go through a selection process to eliminate the majority of Xiozha. As expected, a cultivator at the top announced the rules. Only by passing through this passage would one be considered to have passed the selection and be able to enter the next round. However, once one entered the passage, it meant that it would be difficult to exit easily, and one might face the danger of death. This was because even if there were people monitoring the passage, it was impossible to send out all the Xiozha who wanted to exit in time. However, at this time, not many people would take this to heart. Almost as soon as the announcement was made, the crowd rushed towards the stone wall like a spring. Yan Chutian was still mixed in the crowd, following the flow of people and stepping into the spatial passage. Yan Chutian found herself in a deep passageway. She felt as if the sky and earth were spinning around her. Soon after, she found herself in a deep passageway. This passage did not have any branches, and it was always straight ahead. This is the starting point of the test? It doesn't seem to be dangerous. Hurry up, there are already people who have been moving forward for a long time. Many chaotic discussions rang out continuously from all directions. Then, the crowd once again surged forward. There was only one passage, so Yan Chutian did not think too much, and continued to mix in with the crowd and move forward. Soon, he knew where the test of the passage was. As he continued to move forward, there was gradually a huge pressure around the passage, spreading from all directions. The further he went, the greater the pressure. Only those who could resist such pressure could continue to move forward. Although such a test was simple, it was the most efficient. It could quickly block a large number of Xiozha who were not strong enough in this passage. However, such a test naturally could not stop Yan Chutian. Yan Chutian didn't increase his speed, but while maintaining a uniform speed, he naturally overtook the surrounding figures one after another. However, no one would notice him. After all, such scenes were playing out one after another around him. Time passed slowly. After a quarter of an hour, among the Xiozha around Yan Chutian, it was rare to see a 7th-level elixir. However, at this time, the passage gradually approached the end, and a wide door appeared in front of him. However, there was a layer of energy ripples covering the door, so it was impossible to see what was inside. However, since they had already reached this step, naturally no one would stop because of this. One figure after another rushed into the door. Yen Chutian slowly channeled his spirit energy, and then stepped into the door. As soon as he stepped in, Yen Chutian felt a sharp gust of wind sweeping towards him. He did not have time to think and subconsciously retreated. However, as he retreated, the figure chased after him relentlessly, and the sharp gust of wind continued to shoot towards him. In between, Yen Chutian also saw it clearly. As it turned out, the thing attacking the Lord of the Strong Wind was actually a puppet. At the same time, Yen Chutian could also see that in this space of the hall, all the cultivators who stepped in were fighting with a puppet. Some of the cultivators were no match for the puppet and were immediately severely injured by a punch. They hurriedly shouted and retreated. Then, they were wrapped in light and shadow and left the hall. However, there were also unlucky ones who were directly killed by the puppet and turned into corpses. There were even some cultivators who shouted and retreated, but they were still killed by the puppet. Such a bloody scene, Yen Chutian did not have the slightest bit of sympathy. Even though he hated the divine realm, he did not deny that rules were rules. Since he knew the rules, he had to bear the corresponding danger. Looking back, the puppet in front of him was not weak. Even a 9th-level elixir cultivator might not be able to defeat it. However, to Yen Chutian this was still nothing. After all, a puppet was just a puppet, and could not be compared to a living cultivator. Yen Chutian could even defeat a half-step Yuanian cultivator, let alone this puppet that was only comparable to a 9th-level elixir cultivator. However, Yen Chutian did not want to show his extraordinariness. Thus, he restrained his true strength and chose to fight with the puppet in front of him. It wasn't until a good while later that Yen Chutian finally managed to barely defeat the puppet in front of him with a single palm strike, when he saw that the other 9th-level Yuan Dan cultivators had defeated the puppet in front of him. Then, Yen Chutian, who looked like he had used up a lot of energy, flashed and continued to rush forward. Looking angrily at the shadows that appeared in front of her, the purple-clothed woman glared fiercely at the middle-aged man beside her. However, no matter how angry she was, the middle-aged man still squinted his eyes and looked gentle. In fact, if an ordinary person dared to look at the middle-aged man with such a gaze, they would have been smashed into pieces by him. However, this purple-clothed woman was the apple of the middle-aged man's eye. Thus, how could he bear to hurt her or let her be hurt in the slightest? Yueshi, take a look at these people. Is there anyone that you are satisfied with? The middle-aged man said gently. Although he said these words, he did not look at the light screens at all. Instead, he kept staring at the purple-clothed woman. Hearing this, the purple-clothed woman did not answer. In fact, she had already rejected this so-called martial arts competition countless times, but her father did not listen at all. Thus, how could she answer now? However, just as the purple-clothed woman was about to answer with silence, her eyes inadvertently flashed across one of the light screens. A figure flashed quickly on the light screen, and her pupils suddenly froze. Even her heart tightened at this moment. At this moment, her heart was filled with deep disbelief, because she knew that guy was already dead, and he died in the hands of the Spirit Lord. However, if it was not him, then who was that figure just now? Genius remembered this site's address in a second. Sogu Mobile Version Reading Website. Chapter 448. Shocked and absent-minded, the purple-clothed woman couldn't care less about anything else. Her beautiful eyes quickly continued to scan the many light screens. It wasn't until that familiar figure appeared again in her line of sight that she focused her gaze and remained motionless. Deep in the purple-clothed woman's eyes, there was a strong sense of surprise. Even though the figure of the man in the light screen was completely different from before, she was almost subconsciously sure of the former's identity. Even if this could be her mistake, the purple-clothed woman possessed a special ability that even her father, the city lord of the divine city, didn't know about. As long as she could see him face to face, she would be able to completely confirm whether the figure in the light screen was the person she had been thinking about day and night. However, after the joy, deep in the purple-clothed woman's eyes, there was a strong sense of sorrow. So what if it was him? Not to mention that the actions of the divine realm were almost against the entire heaven realm. Even when she met him in the past, he definitely wouldn't have the slightest bit of good impression of her. After barely defeating the puppet, Yen Chutian continued to flash forward. There were obviously no more tests ahead. Therefore, when he rushed out of the hall, the surrounding space once again spun. Then, it calmed down. Yen Chutian could see that he had already appeared on the Divine City Square. However, his current position was naturally different from before. Previously, he was in front of the stone wall, but now, he was behind the stone wall. Behind the stone wall, the number of cultivators was obviously much less than before. Moreover, among these people, there were no elixir level 7 cultivators. For example, Yen Chutian level 8 elixir cultivators were all at the bottom. At the same time, Yen Chutian could also see that on the open space in front of him, there were already huge arenas. If nothing went wrong, the many cultivators who passed through the stone wall should be fighting in the arena to determine the top 10 or even the top 5. Whether it was in his previous life or this life, Yen Chutian had experienced a lot of arena battles. Therefore, it was naturally not a problem for him to deal with it. The only thing he had to pay attention to was to control his ranking to around 5th place. Just as Yen Chutian was looking at those arenas, he didn't expect that the crowd, and even the cultivators where Yen Chutian was, would erupt with activity. When Yen Chutian lifted his gaze, he finally understood that there were actually 2 figures slowly appearing at the highest point of the square. The first to enter Yen Chutian's sight was a middle-aged man. The man wore an ordinary white robe, and his aura was also very ordinary. However, as long as one sensed it slightly, one would know just how deep and unfathomable the aura contained within the middle-aged man's body was. Without any hesitation, Yen Chutian was certain that this middle-aged man was the one who had been hiding in the beginning. The aura hidden in the depths of the plaza was the city lord of the divine city. As for the purple-clothed figure beside the middle-aged man, even though her face was covered by a black veil, one could easily tell that she was a woman. Therefore, this purple-clothed figure should be the daughter of the city lord of the divine city, and also the target of this martial arts competition. No wonder the appearance of these 2 figures could cause such a huge commotion. However, with the huge commotion in the crowd, Yen Chutian was extremely calm. He only shrunk into the crowd and quietly adjusted his breathing. However, Yen Chutian was not used to it. Even though he had already made himself appear very inconspicuous, he could still faintly sense that there seemed to be a pair of eyes staring at him. Slowly opening his eyes, Yen Chutian's perception quietly spread out. After a moment, he vaguely knew that the source of this gaze seemed to be the sky above the plaza. To be more precise, it came from the daughter of the city lord, the purple-clothed figure. This caused Yen Chutian to subconsciously tense up. He did not think that his current appearance would be extremely dazzling among the many cultivators. Thus, how could he not suspect that his identity had been exposed? But on second thought, this was impossible. Not to mention, with his current situation, he had no connection with the 10 great prides of the heaven realm. Even if he was discovered, the other party would not just watch him like this. Instead, they would have sent someone to capture him. Furthermore, the most important point was that Yen Chutian did not dare to be sure if the other party was really looking at him. After all, the purple-clothed figure's entire head was covered by a veil, and beside her, there was a huge aura that was close to the peak of the heavenly palace realm protecting her. Gradually, the bewilderment in Yan Chutian's heart calmed down. In his opinion, it should be that he was overly suspicious. However, Yan Chutian did not know that at the highest point of the plaza, there was a purple-clothed figure that was the focus of everyone's attention. The beautiful eyes that were covered by the black veil were indeed tightly locked onto him, and it seemed that she was unwilling to move away even for a moment. Even though there was a distance of nearly 50 feet between her and Yan Chutian. But now that she was looking at him with her own eyes and not through the light screen, she was able to confirm it. Although this man's appearance and figure were completely different from before, he was one of the 10 great prides of the heaven realm, Yan Chutian. As for why the other party had become like this, the purple-clothed woman could almost figure it out with a little thought. When he was killed by the Ghost Lord, it must have been because his essence soul somehow escaped the Ghost Lord's perception and escaped. Perhaps if it was anyone else, even the other so-called 10 great prides of the heaven realm, said that they could escape from the hands of the Ghost Lord, the purple-clothed woman would think that it was a fool's dream. But if it was Yan Chutian, she felt that there would be endless possibilities. After all, deep in her heart, she did not want this man who she missed so much, really, to leave this world. After confirming the other party's identity, the purple-clothed woman quickly restrained her emotions, because she knew that her abnormality could not be seen by her father at all. Otherwise, if he were to notice any clues and find out Yan Chutian's identity, even she would not be able to protect him from her father. However, no matter how well the purple-clothed woman restrained herself, her previous abnormality was still noticed by the middle-aged man beside her. However, the middle-aged man did not seem to see who the purple-clothed woman was looking at. He only looked at the woman beside him with a gentle gaze and said softly, "What, did you see someone you're satisfied with?" The speaker didn't mean it, but the listener did. The purple-clothed woman's originally anxious mind was suddenly moved. Following which, she no longer denied it like before, or treated it coldly. Instead, she nodded her head lightly. Seeing the purple-clothed woman nod her head, the middle-aged man was obviously much happier. This was because since many years ago, the woman's emotions had gradually become taciturn. It was also because of this that he had the idea of finding a Tao companion for her. He hoped that he could use a Tao companion to ease her emotions. And if he could find the purple-clothed woman, he would be the person he liked. This would naturally be excellent news for the middle-aged man. Do you need father to summon him directly? If you want, you can cancel this matchmaking contest. The middle-aged man continued to speak softly. It was not difficult to see that he truly cared about the purple-clothed woman. Otherwise, such a grand matchmaking contest would not be cancelled so easily. However, this time, the purple-clothed woman did not continue to nod her head. This was because she was still afraid that her father would recognize Yan Chutian's true identity. Furthermore, she also believed that regardless of the reason why Yan Chutian participated in this matchmaking contest, since he had participated, he would definitely not fall behind. Father, I believe that he has the strength to do so. If he doesn't, then so be it. Hearing this, the middle-aged man nodded his head quietly. In fact, he also had the same thoughts in his heart. Although he prioritized his daughter's preferences, he ultimately did not want his son-in-law to be someone who lived off a woman. Therefore, even if he could not obtain first place in this matchmaking contest, he should at least be in the top 10 or even top 5. Furthermore, he also had some candidates in his heart that he liked, such as Long Chen's son. Not only did Long Chen's son have extremely high talent and cultivation, but his background was also not low. In the deity domain, Long Chen was not much inferior to him. Therefore, it would be the best outcome for the middle-aged man if the two families could form a marriage alliance. Apart from Long Chen's son, there were also some other geniuses. Thinking about it, even if his daughter unexpectedly did not like Long Chen's son, the person she liked should be one of these geniuses. Genius 1 second. Remember this website address, Sogu Mobile Version Website. Chapter 449. The battle on the stage quickly started. With Yan Chutian's elixir level 8 cultivation, he could only be considered at the bottom of the crowd. Hence, if they really fought, he would be ranked at the back. As for those who went up first, they were naturally those who had extraordinary cultivation. At the very least, they were the most dazzling people in the crowd. Among such people, young Master Long naturally had to be included. With his half-step Yuanian cultivation, he could be considered at the top among the many cultivators. Secondly, his appearance was even more handsome. From the constant exclamations of the women in the surrounding crowd at this moment, it could be seen how high his popularity was. In the battle against the enemy, young Master Long had fully displayed his strength. Even if the opponent's cultivation was not weak, even if he had formed 5 spiritual marks and grasped the power of the 5 directions, he was still in a disadvantageous position. However, in his hands, he was still at a disadvantage. Not long after, he was completely defeated and fell off the stage. After defeating the opponent, exclamations sounded out from the crowd, especially from the girls. However, young Master Long completely ignored these exclamations. He only looked at the highest point of the square. That was the purple-clothed figure beside the city lord of the divine city. However, due to the veil, he did not know whether the girl he liked was looking at him or not and what kind of reaction she had. However, he thought that as long as he could defeat all the cultivators here and become the champion, she would eventually realize how outstanding he was. After waiting for a long time, Yan Chutian finally went up. Yan Chutian calmly went up the stage. The person he faced was also an elixir level 8 cultivator. However, compared to Yan Chutian's skinny body, this elixir level 8 cultivator was much more muscular. Those explosive muscles made people doubt that if this punch landed, it would be enough to shatter the ground and cause sand and stones to fly. Hence, many people glanced around and got a rough conclusion. Haha, brat, if you know what's good for you, then scram down yourself. If you insist on making Grandpa take action, then don't blame Grandpa for not being able to control the severity of my actions. The burly cultivator sneered and said slowly. He was extremely confident in himself, and the other party looked so weak to him. So, even if their cultivation was the same, he did not care at all. Hearing this, Yan Chutian's expression remained calm. However, when the bell rang to announce the start of the battle, he began to circulate his spirit energy and slowly unleashed his power. Yan Chutian did not intend to show off his strength, so he deliberately suppressed his strength when he fought. He kept fighting with this burly practitioner who could finish him off with one punch. Such a scene, perhaps in the eyes of the crowd, was shocking that the seemingly weak Yan Chutian was actually not weaker than this burly Xiozha. However, at the top of the square, under the veil of the purple-clothed figure, a smile involuntarily appeared on her delicate face. Others might not know, but she was clear about Yan Chutian's true identity. So, how could she think that Yan Chutian's strength would be limited to this? In her opinion, this guy must have already thought about it. Wasn't he like this when they met a long time ago? However, when she thought of their previous encounter, the smile that appeared on the purple-clothed woman's beautiful face was replaced by a deep sadness. She knew that perhaps they could never return to the past, and all of this was ruined by her own hands. It was a pity that she only realized it after she was buried. However, it was obviously too late. After a round of fighting, the burly practitioner was still defeated by Yan Chutian even though he could not believe it and his eyes were filled with shock. However, this burly practitioner was obviously unwilling to accept it, because in his opinion, he had only lost by a little. If he had given him a little more chance, or if he had not underestimated his opponent, then the final winner would have been him. However, a defeat was a defeat. Falling down from the arena, the burly practitioner could only endure his unwillingness and leave the square. After defeating his opponent, Yan Chutian did not appear to be relaxed. Instead, He pretended to recover for a while before he also jumped down from the arena. Yan Chutian's movements attracted the attention of many people. The owners of these gazes, without exception, all thought that the former's luck was too good. Just now, the one who should have lost more should have been him, but he actually managed to turn defeat into victory. But because of this, everyone naturally thought that Yan Chutian would not be able to hold on for long, and would not even be able to hold on for the next round. Because after every round, the quality of the practitioners would become higher and higher, and a person like him who was barely lucky would naturally be the one who would be eliminated in every round. However, after round, some of the people who were paying attention to Yan Chutian could not help but be shocked to find that he actually managed to turn defeat into victory every time. This guy's luck is too good. He actually hasn't been eliminated yet. If this goes on, I'm afraid he will enter the top 40 or even the top 20. Many people in the crowd were shocked, unable to accept this result, but not everyone was like this. There were also a few people whose eyes flickered, as if they had realized something. This small number of people thought that maybe once or twice was good luck, but if it was the same every time, then it was very likely that it was inevitable. In other words, this guy who looked like he was only at the 8th level of elixir was hiding his strength. On the stage, after defeating his opponent once again, Yan Chutian was still sitting cross-legged as before, recovering. However, at the same time, his perception was paying attention to the surrounding crowd. The reaction of the crowd made Yan Chutian very satisfied, as this situation was something that he had deliberately created. Because Yan Chutian was clear that, in the end, he was going to charge into the top 5, so if he was too obviously suppressing himself, it would give people a feeling that he was doing it deliberately, and it would make people unable to help but doubt him. Only when he intentionally hid his strength like this, would people think that it was because of this. In his previous life, he had climbed up from the bottom step by step, and finally reached the high position of one of the top 10 prides of the heaven realm. Yan Chutian had an extremely clear grasp of human nature, and the reaction of the surrounding crowd was the best proof of his success in grasping human nature. High up in the square, the purple-clothed woman looked at Yan Chutian's appearance, and finally realized what Yan Chutian's intentions were. But only she could understand. After all, she was the only one present who knew Yan Chutian's true identity. Not long after, when Yan Chutian really squeezed into the top 20, everyone finally understood that this guy who was only at the 8th level of elixir did not rely on luck to reach this step. He definitely had real strength, and the terrifying thing was that he clearly had strength, but still deliberately hid it, giving people a false impression. Under such an illusion, even if one's strength was on par with him, they would still be defeated by him. The reaction of the surrounding crowd was still within Yan Chutian's calculations, and this meant that he would be able to display more strength and help himself to enter the top 5. Once again, he stepped onto the stage. This time, the one who appeared in front of Yan Chutian was a young man around 25 or 26 years old. And there were already so many precedents. Even if this young man was at the 9th level of elixir and had already grasped the power of the 5 directions, he still did not show the slightest bit of contempt towards Yan Chutian. Moreover, he was extremely calm. Before he truly won, he would never let his guard down. When the crowd saw that Yan Chutian had met such an opponent, they also did not dare to make a conclusion easily, because they all thought that the former was hiding his true strength. So, before he completely displayed all of his strength, how could they know the final outcome? Clang! The moment the bell rang, the young man shot out explosively. The power of the 5 directions surged in his palm, announcing just how serious his heart was. Seeing that the opponent used the power of the 5 directions in his first move, Yan Chutian knew that it was impossible for him to not display the power of the 5 directions in this round. So, Yan Chutian's choice was direct and straightforward. When he formed a seal, it looked like an ordinary seal, but there was an indescribable huge power surging in the seal. That was the power of the 5 directions. However, Yan Chutian, who was at the 8th level of elixir, displayed the power of the 5 directions. If it was before, this might cause a huge commotion. But because the crowd was aware of it before, the commotion was obviously much smaller now. This made many people certain that this cultivator at the 8th level of elixir had indeed been hiding his true strength all along. Genius remembered this site's address in a second. Sogu Mobile Version Website. Chapter 450. Although Yan Chutian had already displayed the strength of the 5 forces, he still deliberately restrained his strength. Otherwise, even if they were both using the strength of the 5 forces with his current level of strength, he would definitely be able to force his opponent back. However, even if Yan Chutian had already made precise calculations, such a scene still caused quite a bit of shock to the crowd. After all, everyone could clearly see that Yan Chutian's cultivation was only at the 8th level of elixir. To be able to control the strength of the 5 forces with such a cultivation level, it could not be said to be unique, but it was already 1 in 100. And previously, no one had ever thought that Yan Chutian, who was at the 8th level of elixir, was a person at the level of heaven's pride. The palm prints of both sides collided, and it finally ended in a draw. Then, the young cultivator's gaze once again looked at Yan Chutian, and the originally dignified expression on his face became even more intense. Perhaps the opponent's cultivation level was not as high as his, but the exchange of blows just now had already made him clear that in a real battle of strength, the opponent would not be weaker than him by a single bit. But this male cultivator would not be afraid because of this. After all, he had also walked step by step from being weak. How many times had he not faced such a strong opponent like this? With this kind of mentality, the young male cultivator pinched his palm once again and attacked towards Yan Chutian. Next, in the eyes of the crowd, the two sides once again engaged in a fierce battle. After a quarter of an hour, the fierce battle finally came to an end. Not to mention how much strength Yan Chutian had restrained, at least in the eyes of the crowd, the young male cultivator was only 1 step behind. Because of this slight difference, he was defeated by Yan Chutian. This time, even if Yan Chutian had previously been suspected of holding back his strength, no one would think that he was still holding back his strength. After all, everyone thought that a cultivator with only the 8th level of elixir could defeat a 9th level elixir cultivator who had mastered the strength of the 5 forces, and that should be the limit. If he was even stronger, then all of them would find it hard to imagine. And this time, no one would ridicule Yan Chutian for being lucky. Although he might not be the strongest person present, he was the only one who could reach this stage with his elixir level 8 cultivation. From this point of view, he was definitely worthy of the title of Proud Son. High up in the plaza, the purple-clothed lady looked at Yan Chutian, who had already advanced into the top 10, even though she knew that there was a thick barrier between them. However, she still couldn't help but think about what kind of connection would occur between them under the name of this martial arts competition for a spouse if he took advantage of the situation and became the champion. But just as she thought of this possibility, she didn't even have time to smile before she quickly shook her head to deny it. She knew Yan Chutian's character too well. After what she had done, he would never want to have anything to do with her again. This sounded extremely cruel, but the purple-clothed woman could not blame anyone, because all of this was caused by a single thought from her. Moreover, it was because she understood Yan Chutian. The purple-clothed woman was even more clear that Yan Chutian would definitely not participate in the martial arts competition just to marry a person he had never met before, and furthermore, it was the daughter of the Divine Domain City Lord. Thinking back to all the things that he had deliberately displayed before, the purple-clothed woman quickly thought that Yan Chutian might not want to be the champion, but only wanted to enter the top 10 or top 5. The top 10 would be rewarded, and the top 5 would be able to take the initiative to ask their father for a request that was not excessive. In comparison, the latter was more likely. With that thought in mind, The purple-clothed woman did not hesitate much and immediately decided that no matter what Yan Chutian wanted to do, she would do her best to help. Because this might be the only thing she could do for him. When the victor between Yan Chutian and the young male cultivator was decided, the victors on the other stages were also decided one by one. All of them were ranked in the top 10 of the joust for espouse. It was obvious that among the top 10, the one who attracted the most attention was naturally young Master Long. That made sense. Not only did this young Master Long display talent and strength that could be considered top-notch among all of them, even his appearance was the most handsome among the top 10. Moreover, his handsomeness was different from that of a pretty boy. He had sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, and he was extremely manly. Even Yan Chutian had to admit that he was really handsome. In addition, there were two other people who were more eye-catching. One of them was also handsome, but he seemed to be a rogue cultivator, so he was slightly inferior to young Master Long. As for the other person, his cultivation was extremely strong and his identity was extraordinary, but his appearance was a little too ordinary. Otherwise, his popularity would be comparable to that so-called young Master Long. With the top 10 determined, the competition for the day also came to an end. On the high platform, streaks of light shot out and descended in front of Yan Chutian and the other 10 people. The light and shadow dissipated, revealing many exquisite jade boxes. Needless to say, the contents of these jade boxes should be the rewards for the top 10. After that, a Yuanying level expert spoke out, truly announcing the end of today's competition. At the same time tomorrow, the top 5 would be decided among the 10 people, as well as the most eye-catching champion. Hearing that today's competition had come to an end, Yan Chutian, who was holding the jade box in his hand, did not hesitate. He immediately tapped his foot and left the dense crowd. However, as he was leaving, a faintly discernible gaze that had been staring at him the entire time also became nervous. Seeing Yan Chutian leave, the purple-clothed woman subconsciously wanted to stand up. Even if she couldn't communicate with the former, as long as she knew where he lived, it was fine. However, before she could see Yan Chutian's movements clearly, 2 figures slowly flew over and landed beside her and her father. At this moment they could directly fly over. Naturally, only young Master Long and another ordinary-looking young male cultivator came here. Greetings, Uncle Zhou. Both of them had extraordinary backgrounds. Even if their father was not as good as the city lord of the Divine City, he was not far behind. Therefore, they could call him uncle. Hearing this, the city lord of the Divine City laughed faintly and did not say anything. He immediately left the place to the 3 of them and left alone. Seeing the city lord leave, the 2 of them, especially young Master Long, slowly looked at the purple-clothed woman with a burning gaze. If it was a normal time, the purple-clothed woman might have some patience when meeting young Master Long. After all, ever since she knew that Yan Chutian was dead, she had been disheartened. This young Master Long had waited day and night, causing her to have a good impression of the former. However, just now, she found out that Yan Chutian was not dead and was even appearing in front of her eyes. Therefore, how could she pay attention to this young Master Long? Therefore, she only symbolically responded with a few words, and then left in a flash, disappearing in front of the 2 of them. Looking at the back of the purple-clothed woman as she left, the ordinary-looking male cultivator did not have any reaction. However, young Master Long clearly found it difficult to accept. His originally fiery expression had become extremely ugly. "What's wrong, young Master Long? It seems like Zhou Yueshi is not that nice to you." Sensing the change in expression of the man beside him, the ordinary-looking male cultivator could not help but sneer and mock him. His words had coincidentally poked at the former's sore spot. It immediately caused the originally ugly expression on young Master Long's face to darken even more. "Wang Meng, there's no need to mock me. If you want, we can decide the victor here. There's no need to wait until tomorrow." "Heh heh. What, you can't take it anymore? Long Hong, I, Wang Meng, am not afraid of you. It's just that such an exciting show naturally has to be left for tomorrow. Wang Meng, who seemed to have thought of something, suddenly laughed. However, I think that even if you become the chief, with that Zhou Yueshi's attitude towards you, you won't have the chance to become her Dao companion. Boom! The moment Wang Meng finished speaking, a burst of power came from Long Hong's body, as if it was capable of toppling mountains and overturning seas. However, the former seemed to have expected this. Almost at the same time that the mighty force attacked, he had already flashed out. Following that, there was only a playful smile that continued to echo in place. As the laughter echoed and gradually weakened, Long Hong's handsome face finally gradually rose. However, at this moment, his handsome face was already distorted. The distortion gradually smoothed out, and his face slowly returned to its previous handsomeness. You Shi, no matter what, you are my, Long Hong's, woman. No one can snatch you away from me. The genius remembers the address of this site in a second. Sogu's mobile reading website. Chapter 451. When he rushed out of the crowd, Yan Chutian carefully covered his face. Now that he had entered the top 10, if he didn't want to attract attention, he still needed to restrain himself. And after Yan Chutian deliberately concealed himself, he was immediately allowed to smoothly return to the rest stop without any hindrance. Opening the door of the guest room, Yan Chutian didn't have time to look around before he saw a beautiful figure standing behind the door. On her fair little face there was a big happy smile. This beautiful figure was naturally Cher. Previously, she had been waiting in the guest room. Although she seemed to be cultivating on the surface, in fact, she was already absent-minded. So at this time, when she sensed that Yan Chutian had returned, how could she still suppress the joy in her heart? Seeing the girl full of joy, Yan Chutian couldn't help but smile helplessly. Although he wanted to urge the girl to focus on cultivation and improve her cultivation as soon as possible, but looking at such a lovely and sweet face, he really couldn't say any harsh words. But in the end, Yan Chutian still pretended to be cold and asked, "How was your cultivation today?" Hearing this, Cher's little face suddenly tightened. Knowing that her absent-mindedness today had been discovered, she didn't dare to refute anything. She could only open her beautiful eyes and look at Yan Chutian pitifully. After being stared at for a long time, Yan Chutian finally couldn't suppress his emotions. He helplessly touched the former's beautiful head and said with a smile, "You are always like this. When can you really step into the 6th level of elixir?" Asking the key point, the girl's face became proud. Then, she spread out her jade-like palms. From the center of her fair palms, strands of pure spiritual power continuously gathered. In the end, the condensed spiritual aura had already reached the peak of the 5th level of elixir. It was likely that the distance to the 6th level of elixir was just around the corner. Cher showed her cultivation. Her proud reaction was obviously saying that she didn't waste her cultivation. This time, Yan Chutian did not know what else to say. He could only smile helplessly and slowly tell the young girl about what had happened today. Listening to Yan Chutian speak one by one, Cher listened attentively. Knowing that tomorrow would be the day when the top 5 would be decided, she whispered to Yan Chutian that he must be careful. He must not accidentally enter the top 3, or even become the champion. In this regard, Yan Chutian smiled without the slightest care. How could he be so careless? Even more so, he would not foolishly seek trouble for himself and cause unnecessary trouble. Moreover, he had already grasped his limits today. Even if he displayed some of his strength, he wouldn't attract too much attention from the crowd. As long as he won another match tomorrow, he would be able to enter the top 5. And after winning, it didn't matter who he lost to. After that, Yan Chutian didn't waste any more time. He quietly sat cross-legged in the guest room and began his own cultivation. He had just stepped into the 8th level of elixir not long ago. Even if he was not in a hurry to break through, he was still in this realm. There was still a lot of room for improvement. Moreover, Yan Chutian was also preparing himself. With his current cultivation level of the 8th level of elixir, he wanted to see if he could fight against a real Yuanying realm practitioner. Even though it would be a little difficult to fight against someone of a higher realm, Yan Chutian had to be prepared. After all, he was very clear that the opponents he was facing now were constantly getting stronger. Under such circumstances, it was hard to guarantee that a real Yuanying practitioner would not suddenly appear. However, although Yan Chutian was not completely confident that he could defeat a Yuanying practitioner, he was not a fish on a chopping board. At least he still had a certain level of confidence. Even a real Yuanying practitioner would not be able to easily defeat him. Moreover, he had a unique advantage. If a real Yuanying practitioner were to fight against him, no matter how cautious he was, after understanding his cultivation level, the other party would still more or less look down on him. This sliver of contempt might seem small, but at times, such contempt was enough to topple a stable situation. For example, when Yan Chutian first met Hu Xian, if the latter had not looked down on him and treated Yan Chutian as an ordinary boy toy, Hu Xian would not have been able to defeat him. No matter how powerful Yan Chutian was, he would not have been able to suppress Hu Xian for a while and make her swear a soul oath in panic. After all, the gap between the two was too big. One was only close to the Yuanying realm, while the other was about to transcend the Yuanying realm. Seeing that Yan Chutian had calmed down and sat down cross-legged, Cher was no longer flustered. She found a position closer to Yan Chutian and stabilized her mind. Then, she gradually entered a state of cultivation. During cultivation, time always passed extremely quickly. It seemed like only the time it took to open one's eyes, but in reality, an entire night had passed. Even the sky was gradually brightening. Yan Chutian quickly withdrew his mind. It was not because something was wrong with his body, but because he sensed the movements of the girl beside him. At this moment, Cher's delicate body, which was originally emitting a stable aura, had become extremely unstable. It fluctuated up and down and was difficult to grasp. Yan Chutian, who was already very experienced with such situations, could naturally tell at a glance that Cher was about to break through to the next realm. Thinking about it, it seemed like the previous breakthrough was also a similar situation. Not much time had passed since the previous breakthrough. Yan Chutian could not help but sigh. Cher's talent was indeed extraordinary. However, Yan Chutian also knew that this was related to the time when Cher was forced to train. After all, only true training could allow a cultivator to improve the most. Many times, even if one went into seclusion for 100 years, it could not compare to an epiphany when one went out. Returning to the main topic, since Cher was about to break through, Yan Chutian naturally spread out his mind and strength, and heavily protected the entire guest room. However, Yan Chutian also knew that in this divine city, no one would dare to cause trouble. Because this was not those chaotic cities without a master, not to mention that the city lord of the divine city was someone from the divine realm. As expected, after spreading out his consciousness, Yan Chutian could clearly sense that even though the commotion caused by Shui Er's breakthrough had spread out, the surroundings were still very calm, as though no one had sensed the commotion at all. Under such circumstances, the process of Cher's breakthrough was naturally extremely stable. Smoothly, he broke through the 5th level of the elixir and truly stepped into the 6th level. However, what was a little awkward was that when the girl's cultivation broke through, she seemed to be unable to control her own strength for a while. When the huge aura was released, it actually tore several holes of different sizes in her clothes. A vague spring scenery was faintly discernible under these tattered clothes. However, the girl seemed to be slow to react. Not only did she not immediately take out her clothes and put them on, she subconsciously looked at Yan Chutian with her beautiful eyes. Following that, a thick shade of blood immediately appeared on her fair cheeks, like the remnants of the sunset glow on the horizon. This made Yan Chutian quickly take out a piece of clothing and put it on the girl. Then he quickly retreated, and at the same time said helplessly, "Cher, you must control your own strength. Next time, you have to put on your clothes earlier." "Yes." Cher's face was now like the afterglow of sunset. She lowered her head and softly said yes. For a long time, she did not dare to raise her face, nor did she dare to look at Yan Chutian. By the time Shui-er finished changing her clothes, it was already dawn. After instructing Shui-er, Yan Chutian, just like yesterday, stepped out of the inn and headed towards the plaza where they had gathered yesterday. After a quarter of an hour, Yan Chutian appeared at the square again. Even though the sky had just turned bright, there were already many figures gathered around the square. However, although there were many spectators, there was no one who was the real protagonist. Yan Chutian should be the first among the top 10 to arrive at the square. However, when he inadvertently swept his gaze, Yan Chutian saw the girl in purple from yesterday at the highest point of the square. The girl in purple was dressed like yesterday. Her entire body was purple, and her entire face was covered with a veil. It was impossible to see her face. But even if he couldn't see her face, after yesterday, Yan Chutian was clear that this purple-robed woman was the daughter of the Divine City's city lord. She actually came to the square so early and didn't wait until everyone's attention was on her? When Yan Chutian was a little surprised, he did not know that the beautiful eyes under the veil were also tightly looking at him. The reason why the girl in purple came so early was because she wanted to see Yan Chutian as soon as possible. What surprised her the most was that she actually saw Yan Chutian's arrival at the break of dawn. Genius remembered the address of this site in 1 second. Sogu Mobile Reading Website. Chapter 452. However, no matter how surprised the purple-clothed woman was, she knew in her heart that it would be very difficult for her to have any connection with him. Perhaps only in the next few days would she finally have a real chance to meet him a few times. However, even the purple-clothed woman herself could not predict the result of that meeting. Although he was surprised that the daughter of the city lord, who was rumored to be extremely beautiful, would cover her face as usual, Yan Chutian still did not take a second look at her. Because no matter how beautiful or ugly she was, it had nothing to do with him. No matter how beautiful her appearance was, he would not be moved by it. Moreover, he had seen too many beautiful women, so how could he be easily moved? He waited quietly. When the sun was high up in the sky, the top 10 young male cultivators, as well as the city lord and other higher-ups, slowly arrived. When Long Hong saw the purple-clothed woman who seemed to have appeared on the square early, a deep sense of confusion appeared in the depths of his eyes. In his mind, the purple-clothed woman should be disgusted by her father's arrangement and was even more unwilling to come. However, she actually came so early today, as if she was expecting something. Also, her behavior yesterday was completely different from the Zhouyueshi that he knew. What exactly happened? However, no matter how puzzled Long Hong was, no one could give him an answer. It was even more impossible for him to ask the purple-clothed woman. After all, yesterday, he could feel that the former had a strong sense of indifference towards him. Even if Long Hong liked the purple-clothed woman, he could not bear the humiliation of being ignored. Thus, why would he ask? Dong! As the crowd gathered and the top 10 young male cultivators arrived, the sound of the bell rang once again. As the bell rang, the atmosphere of the crowd gradually became heated. Because they knew that although the number of people today was much less than yesterday, the intensity and nervousness had increased exponentially. Because the top 10 were all people who stood out from the sea of people. Even if some of them were lucky, it was undeniable that each of the top 10 had extremely powerful strength. Not to mention the famous young Master Long, even Yan Chutian, who everyone thought was at the bottom, was the same. After all, even if Yan Chutian's cultivation was only at the 8th level of elixir, in his journey to the top 10, many 9th-level elixir practitioners had fallen under his feet. Returning to the main topic, the bell rang. Just like yesterday, the Yuanying practitioner appeared and made an announcement. There were only 10 people left, so the selection of the battle order was much more serious than yesterday's random selection. As far as the eye could see, the Yuanying practitioner waved her sleeves. Immediately, 10 rays of light shot out and landed in front of Yan Chutian and the others. With such a scene, the following rules went without saying. They were going to draw lots to decide who would fight. This method was obviously much more suspenseful than yesterday's method, and it was also much easier to make people excited and agitated. However, other than Yan Chutian, the other 9 people had walked out from the sea of people, and some of them were even male practitioners with extraordinary backgrounds. Therefore, in the face of such a situation, they naturally did not hesitate. They immediately stretched out their hands and grabbed at one of the balls of light. When the balls of light were touched, a pillar of spiritual energy spread out from them. Then, it came into contact with another pillar of light that also spread out. Obviously, the 2 sides that collided with the pillars of light were the 2 opponents that were about to fight. Seeing the pillar of light in his hand continue to spread out, Yan Chutian's gaze also lifted and quietly looked at the other end of the pillar of light. In the next moment, the figure of a man in white entered Yan Chutian's line of sight. At the same time, he also received a mocking look from the other party. Obviously, from his point of view, Yan Chutian was really unlucky to have encountered him. He was not the only one who had such thoughts. When the gazes of the surrounding crowd were locked onto him, one after another, sympathetic expressions appeared one after another. This was because they knew all too well that the strength of this white-clothed man was at the top level of the 10 people. Not to mention that he could become the champion, but it was definitely not a problem for him to enter the top 5. Therefore, in their eyes, Yan Chutian, who was at the bottom, was really unlucky to have encountered this white-clothed man. If he had encountered a practitioner who was also at the bottom, perhaps he would have a chance. However, against this white-clothed man, there was not the slightest bit of luck. This guy is really unlucky to have encountered Zhao Ling. Although Zhao Ling's background is not high and cannot be compared to young Master Long, his strength is not the slightest bit weak. At the very least, it is enough to enter the top 5. Very few people can compare to Ying Feng. Being able to reach this step should be his limit. Don't tell me you still hope that he can enter the top 5 and even fight for the champion? When these words rang out, it immediately caused a burst of laughter from the crowd. Obviously, no one thought that Yan Chutian, who was only at the 8th level of elixir, had the qualifications to fight for the champion. It could even be said that even entering the top 5 was only a thought. Right now, that thought was completely cut off. There were only 2 people who had completely different thoughts from the crowd. They were the purple-clothed woman and Yan Chutian himself. The former had already recognized Yan Chutian's true identity. Therefore, no matter how weak Yan Chutian looked right now, she did not believe that Yan Chutian would not be able to defeat anyone. As for Yan Chutian himself, he naturally knew his own strength the best. With the strength that he could truly use, the white-clothed man in front of him did not make him feel that he could not defeat him. A feeling of superiority. However, what made him feel a little helpless was that if he defeated the white-clothed man, it would definitely cause quite a commotion. After all, he could see that the white-clothed man's reputation was not small. Among the remaining 9 people, he was at the top and was enough to enter the top 5. However, Yan Chutian did not care too much. After working so hard for so long, he had to get a spot for the cross-continent teleportation array. Therefore, he had to enter the top 5. Even if defeating the white-clothed man would cause a commotion, it was inevitable. At the same time, the curtains of the first battle had already been raised. Today, in this huge square, there was only one arena. Therefore, the 5 battles had to be carried out one by one under everyone's eyes. Although the first battle caused a huge commotion, in reality, there was nothing to see. Because one of the parties was the so-called young Master Long. On the other side, There was an ordinary 9th-level elixir loose cultivator. He did not even have a good grasp of the power of the 5 forces. To be honest, he should be the one who was lucky to reach this step. Not to mention the crowd, in Yan Chutian's opinion, there would not be any suspense in the battle between the two. This young Master Long had already stepped into the half-step Yuanying. He was not far from truly stepping into that realm. However, this loose cultivator did not even have a good grasp of the power of the 5 forces. Therefore, how could he be a match for him? Therefore, in the end, the elixir loose cultivator was defeated by Long Hong. Even when Long Hong gave him 3 moves, his opponent still did not have any chance to turn the tables. The following second battle could be considered to be interesting. Both parties' strengths were similar and neither was weak. Therefore, the battle was extremely anxious. It was even possible that one of the parties would make a mistake and cause them to lose. As expected, the final outcome was determined by an inconspicuous mistake on one side. Although the mistake was extremely small, the other side seized the opportunity and a series of ferocious attacks followed, causing the other side to collapse. However, it had already been half an hour since the start of the battle. Compared to the first battle, it was more than 3 times longer. After the second battle ended, Yan Chutian's body, which had been standing still all this time, finally moved in front of everyone's eyes. This was because the third battle belonged to him and the white-robed man. The 2 figures flew into the arena almost at the same time. However, compared to Yan Chutian's calmness, the white-robed man's emotions and attitude were clearly much more domineering. This was not only because in his eyes, Yan Chutian was an opponent who could be easily defeated. It was also because his personality was born this way. It was no exaggeration to say that this white-robed man was the most arrogant among the 10 people. However, although he was arrogant, he also had a certain level of strength. Otherwise, even if he had a strong background, if his own strength was insufficient, he would be ridiculed by others as a spoiled brat. However, everyone knew that Zhao Ling was not a spoiled brat. Genius remembered this site's address in 1 second. Sogu Mobile Reading Website. Chapter 453. P.S. The name in the previous chapter was Zhao Ling. Sometimes it was wrong, so it has been changed. Looking at the arrogant white-clothed male cultivator opposite him, Yan Chutian's expression remained calm without any ripples. He would not let his mental state become unstable because of the other party's appearance. Secondly, he had seen too many arrogant male cultivators like the white-clothed youth. After seeing so many of them, how could he be angry because of the other party's appearance? Dong! Without any delay, an enormous rumbling sound once again resounded over the place. It also announced that the curtains for the third stage fight were about to truly begin in front of the eyes of tens of thousands of people. As the bell rang, under the gazes of the crowd, the white-clothed male cultivator, Zhao Ling, suddenly shot out. He appeared in front of Yan Chutian without any scruples and slapped down with his palm. Zhao Ling thought that everything was under his control, because when he made his move, it fully displayed his strength and dominance. Furthermore, one should not underestimate this palm. It looked like an ordinary palm print, but it contained an extremely powerful force. The palm wind was like a blade. If a cultivator was careless when facing it, they could be torn apart by the palm wind like a hot knife through butter. Even among the spectators, there were not many who knew of such power. Only the upper echelons of the Divine City, or cultivators like the top 10, could clearly see through it. However, this point naturally could not be hidden from Yan Chutian. Not to mention that he had the spirit eye and could see through all kinds of illusions. He could rely on his own perception and the deep experience that he had developed over the years to know. If it was under normal circumstances, Yan Chutian would be able to counterattack in a domineering manner. However, in order to restrain himself as much as possible, Yan Chutian chose an extremely safe method to deal with it. He retracted his arms, and at the same time, his spiritual energy, which was as boundless as the sea, surged. The spiritual energy continued to accumulate, finally transforming into a spiritual energy light shield that protected his body. Boom! In the next moment, Zhao Ling's palm strike had already landed, heavily smashing onto the light shield. However, no matter how ferocious the palm was, it was unable to advance even an inch in front of the spiritual energy light shield. The power of strangulation that had erupted was constantly being worn down by the thick spiritual energy until it finally disappeared into nothingness. Zhao Ling's overbearing attack had actually made no progress. After retreating, his expression was naturally somewhat ugly, even gloomy. Following which, he vented his emotions verbally. "Heh, what a tough turtle shell!" Before he could finish his words, he impatiently continued to bombard Yan Chutian. Those palm strikes and fist imprints were all extremely powerful. They caused the space to tremble and even tear a hole in it. However, after a series of attacks, he was shocked to find that the other party didn't even need to react. What? He used that spiritual energy light shield to block all of his attacks. This situation naturally caused Zhao Ling's expression to become even more gloomy. Similarly, the surrounding crowd also felt somewhat disappointed. What they were looking forward to was a hearty and intense battle, or rather, a one-sided battle. However, the scene before their eyes was obviously extremely difficult for them to accept. Therefore, there were even some voices of ridicule towards Yan Chutian that were born. This guy, as expected, he knows that he doesn't have any ability, so he used such a disgusting tactic to delay. It's just a turtle shell. Let's see what he can use to resist once Zhao Ling breaks it. No wonder he's at the bottom of the rankings, or perhaps he was lucky enough to enter the top 10. To think that he only knows such a clumsy method. Since all of his attacks were useless, Zhao Ling finally couldn't hold back the anger in his heart. As he formed a seal, an extraordinary and powerful spiritual technique slowly emerged. Watch how this young master will break your turtle shell. Heavy cliff sword technique. As his shout fell, it was accompanied by his hand gesture. Dark yellow shadows of heavy swords continuously emerged from the ground around Zhao Ling's body. Every heavy sword seemed to be illusory, but possessed an extremely shocking aura. It wasn't just spiritual energy, it was the power of the 5 directions. Being able to directly display the power of the 5 directions, it could be seen how much anger Zhao Ling had towards Yan Chutian in his heart. That's right, how could an arrogant and prideful person like him endure being unable to do anything to a guy whose cultivation was lower than his? Even if it was Long Hong, he wouldn't be able to endure such anger. Zhao Ling's display of the heavy cliff sword technique instantly caused quite a commotion. Evidently, this spiritual technique wasn't some nameless trash. It was also because of this that the crowd felt that Yan Chutian's turtle shell definitely wouldn't be able to survive under this spiritual technique. Heavy cliff sword technique kill? Zhao Ling shouted once again. Instantly, the heavy swords that had accumulated their aura to the extreme shot out like wild dragons. In the eyes of the crowd, it was more like a pillar of energy had suddenly exploded and suddenly shot towards the level 8 elixir cultivator. Thousands of energy exploded, causing a turbulent ripple that blocked everyone's vision. After this turbulent energy explosion, it was the remnant energy trajectory of the previous heavy swords that had shot out. However, even though the crowd couldn't see the true scene within the turbulent ripple, they felt that the outcome was already decided. Under Zhao Ling's heavy cliff sword technique, no matter how strong the level 8 elixir cultivator's turtle shell was, it would definitely be torn apart. With the turtle shell broken, one could imagine how miserable the opponent's situation would be. Presumably, the level 8 elixir cultivator had already fainted from his heavy injuries. Dead, or even died a tragic death right. Similarly looking at the scene 10 feet away, Zhao Ling laughed coldly. Who asked the opponent to be so unlucky to have met him and even angered him? No wonder he would end up like this. Following which, Zhao Ling didn't even look at it anymore and directly turned around. Because in his eyes, the result of this battle was already decided and it had already ended. However, after he turned around, the turbulent energy ripples finally began to gradually disperse. Following which, the scene that appeared between heaven and earth caused everyone's originally calm expression to immediately freeze, or rather, they became stiff. Only the pretty face that was covered by a veil at the highest point of the square finally bloomed with an extremely beautiful smile. It was no wonder that everyone was shocked and absent-minded. It was because they were shocked to discover that when the energy ripples dissipated, the figure that should have been in an extremely sorry state, or even turned into a corpse, was actually still standing quietly on the stage. In front of him, although the spiritual energy shield was densely covered with cracks, it didn't truly shatter. How is this possible? After a brief moment of calmness, numerous exclamations that were filled with disbelief sounded one after another. These weren't only their own voices, but also the voices of everyone at this moment. Because they really couldn't believe that Yan Chutian was actually still safe and sound under such a violent attack. While the crowd was in shock, Zhao Ling, who had already turned his back, finally felt that something was amiss. Following which, when he turned around and saw Yan Chutian's figure once again, the originally arrogant expression on his face was instantly replaced by an ugly one. Of course, his expression was ugly because just now, he had revealed a look of victory. But now, he was instantly overthrown. Wasn't that the same as being ruthlessly slapped in the face on the spot? Therefore, after this ugly expression, his expression became extremely gloomy. Under this gloominess, there was boundless fury that was like an abyss. In the next instant, the spiritual energy aura around Zhao Ling's body involuntarily started to violently fluctuate. Amidst the turbulence of his spiritual energy, he raised his blood-red eyes and slowly looked at Yan Chutian, completely locking onto the latter. "You're really a ghost that won't go away." As his voice sounded out, Zhao Ling's figure once again shot out. However, he didn't directly appear in front of Yan Chutian. Instead, balls of dark aura continuously appeared one after another. In a short period of time, the dark aura filled the entire stage. As the dark aura surged, an extremely eerie aura spread out like a ghost. Such a scene seemed to cause the hearts of the surrounding crowd to tremble, because they were all too clear as to what kind of spiritual art this was. This is the Blood Moon spiritual world. I never thought that Zhao Ling would actually be able to grasp this spiritual art. When the spiritual world is connected, the Blood Moon will appear. Legend has it that no one has ever been able to withstand the power of the Blood Moon. Genius remembered this site's address in a second. Sogu Mobile Version Website. Chapter 454. The dark black aura was like a snake as it continuously spread towards the surrounding area. In a short period of time, the dark black aura had already covered the entire stage. Looking over, the spectators below the stage could no longer clearly see the situation on the stage. All they could see was the extremely dark black aura that even seemed to be able to isolate their senses. However, this did not prevent them from knowing exactly how terrifying this dark black aura was. Almost everyone knew that this was a powerful spiritual art that was well known in Divine City, the Blood Moon spiritual world. Zhao Ling's father was quite a famous figure in Divine City, and this Blood Moon spiritual world was the spiritual art that he was famous for. It was said that when he unleashed this Blood Moon spiritual world, it was enough to cover a small city. As long as the Blood Moon appeared, no matter who was trapped within the spiritual world, they would only end up dead. Hence, how could the crowd not be shocked when Zhao Ling unleashed the Blood Moon spiritual world? It was not hard to imagine that even if his cultivation was not comparable to his father's, the might of this spiritual art would definitely be extremely terrifying. As he felt the surrounding dark aura enveloping him, a solemn expression appeared on Yan Chutian's face. Even if he had never heard of this spiritual art before, He could feel that this spiritual art was extraordinary from the changes in his surroundings. Soon after, he saw a crescent moon flickering with blood light slowly rising in the darkness. He also felt an incomparably dense murderous aura madly surging over from all directions. The blood moon slowly squirmed like a pool of blood. However, the squirming blood did not disappear. Instead, it continued to gather in the darkness. A moment later, it agglomerated into a sharp blade that was overflowing with a bloody aura. The blood blade gently trembled as a terrifying pressure that was enough to tear apart space spread out. That astonishing aura would cause even a 9th-level elixir cultivator to feel fear in his heart. Yan Chutian did not doubt in the slightest that if this blood blade were to strike down, if he was really just an ordinary 8th-level primal core cultivator, even his corpse would not be preserved. Under that blood blade, he would be turned into a pool of blood. Even some cultivators who had grasped the power of the 5 directions would not have a good ending. However, he was not an ordinary 8th-level elixir cultivator. He was Yan Chutian. Hence, he naturally had his own means to deal with such a situation. Furthermore, this environment that was similar to a spiritual world allowed him to unleash his means without any worries. Yan Chutian's eyes were slightly closed. But as he closed his eyes, he wasn't calm. Instead, an extremely vast and majestic aura gradually spread out. This aura was none other than Xianyang Qi. Since his opponent had condensed a spiritual world, he used Xianyang spiritual world. Yan Chutian, he wanted to see if the blood blade would be able to break through his Xianyang spiritual world. At the same time, the profound Yang Qi around Yan Chutian spread and naturally could not escape Zhao Ling's perception. However, he only smiled coldly in the dark and did not have any intention to stop it. This was because he was too confident in the blood moon spiritual world, not to mention that this spiritual art was extremely powerful. In the past, although Zhao Ling had used it many times against his enemies, it was able to turn the situation around almost every time. Hence, from his point of view, even if his opponent was a little abnormal, there would still be no luck in his blood moon spiritual world. Everything would end when he slashed down the blood blade condensed from the blood moon. Since he had already made up his mind, Zhao Ling naturally did not hesitate. He once again formed a seal, and the blood blade that was ready to be unleashed brought along a biting cold blood light as it slashed towards Yan Chutian's head. As the blood blade slashed down, a ferocious smile gradually appeared at the corner of Zhao Ling's mouth in the dark. He seemed to have foreseen the scene of his opponent dying tragically under his blood blade. However, when the blood blade truly slashed down, the cold smile at the corner of Zhao Ling's mouth was just like the crowd from before. It gradually solidified. It was clearly visible that the surging blood fiendish light was unable to descend any further when it was half a zhang above Yan Chutian's head. Within that blood light, there was a sharp blood blade that blocked Yan Chutian's profound yang realm. However, rather than saying that Yan Chutian's profound yang realm was the profound yang realm, it was more like a shield. Pure mysterious yang qi continuously converged towards the blood blade's point of impact. And it was the profound yang qi that blocked the ferocious blood blade. However, this scene caused Zhao Ling to be in disbelief. That was because the power of his blood blade in the blood moon spiritual world was clearly invincible. No matter what kind of power blocked its path, the only result would be being torn apart. But now, Bloodblade was stopped by an unknown force. How was this possible? However, Yan Chutian did not care whether he was shocked or not. The current situation was the perfect time. With his opponent's spirit world blocking him, no one would know how he defeated him here. This was obviously the best way to prevent himself from being exposed. Therefore, the moment the Bloodblade was blocked, Yan Chutian used the profound shadow movement technique and suddenly appeared beside Zhao Ling when he was caught off guard. Even though Zhao Ling's senses were much sharper in the blood moon spiritual world than outside, this did not change the fact that he was hit by Yan Chutian's palm. And even though it was just a palm, Yan Chutian was enough to defeat him. The five-direction force was only external. The real key was in the depths of the five-direction force, the hidden Xianyang force. After being hit by the palm, Zhao Ling was forced to retreat several zhang. However, before he could think of anything, the hidden force that had entered his body suddenly exploded, causing him to be injured both internally and externally. A large mouthful of blood spurted out. However, this was such an excellent opportunity. How could Yan Chutian let go of this opportunity? He immediately used the profound shadow movement technique again. His simple movements made his body appear like a ghost, appearing and disappearing unpredictably. 4 elements. Fragmentary star mark. Outside the arena, even though the crowd could not see the situation on the arena, they could still hear the intense commotion that had erupted within the arena. This was enough for them to guess that the level 8 elixir practitioner was probably being attacked by Zhao Ling until he was begging for death. However, this was also his bad luck. Who asked him to be so unlucky as to meet Zhao Ling? At this moment, another earth-shattering sound rang out. The crowd did not need to think too much to know that this should be the result of the battle. Indeed, in the next moment, a figure was thrown out from the darkness of the arena like a dead dog. He fell off the arena and smashed onto the ground. The crowd did not need to take a second look to know that this sorry figure was the unlucky level 8 elixir practitioner. Therefore, some of the people who wanted to flatter him directly congratulated young master Zhao Ling. However, in the next moment, the black gas on the arena rapidly dissipated. When the figure that was still left on the arena appeared, the surrounding crowd's expression changed greatly. Those fellows who had congratulated him were like roosters that had their throats pinched, unable to say anything else. After a long while, the sky was covered with earth-shattering sounds of disbelief that sounded like waves continuously rang out. How could it be him? How is this possible? Could it be that the person who was thrown out just now was Zhao Ling? Impossible. He defeated Zhao Ling? At this moment, not to mention the crowd, even Long Hong and the other geniuses' expressions changed abruptly. Evidently, they did not expect that Zhao Ling would actually be defeated by this level 8 elixir practitioner. Especially Long Hong. Although he did not like Zhao Ling's arrogance, he acknowledged that the latter's strength was enough to threaten him. However, he was actually defeated by a level 8 elixir practitioner. Could it be that the level 8 elixir practitioner's strength had reached a level that was enough to threaten him? Seeing the results, a thick smile immediately appeared on the purple-clothed lady's face that was covered by her veil. However, immediately after, she became extremely tense. This was because she could clearly feel that her father, who was beside her, seemed to have cast his gaze over because of this scene. If even her father's attention was drawn, one could imagine what kind of reaction the other upper echelons of the divine city would have. Yan Chutian was naturally able to clearly sense the huge commotion that had occurred in the surroundings. This caused him to feel extremely helpless. There was no other way. After all, Zhao Ling was a rather famous person in the divine city. As long as he was defeated, even if the crowd did not know the details, it would inevitably cause a commotion. Genius remembered this site's address in a second. Sogu Mobile Version Website. Chapter 455. But even if he knew that this would be the result, Yan Chutian had to do it. He had to be in the top 5. Only then would he be able to request for a spot in the teleportation array from the divine city. Otherwise, with his own heavenly crystals, he would not be able to obtain even a single spot in the next auction for the teleportation formation between continents. The scene remained in a stalemate for a long time. Only after Yan Chutian had flown down the stage did the crowd gradually regain their senses. Only then did they finally accept that Zhao Ling had actually lost to a level 8 elixir cultivator. However, at this time, no one dared to look down on Yan Chutian anymore. A guy who could defeat Zhao Ling, even if he was only at the 8th level of elixir, it did not hinder his strength in the slightest. As a result, at this time, the discussions about Yan Chutian were unprecedentedly large. Who is this guy? How can he be so powerful? He actually defeated Zhao Ling with just a cultivation at the 8th level of elixir. Does anyone know his name and background? There were too many bewilderment in everyone's hearts. But after asking around, no one knew who Yan Chutian was. Not even those who knew his name. After all, in their eyes, Yan Chutian was just an ordinary level 8 elixir cultivator. Who would care about his name? Even after he entered the top 10, very few people paid attention to him. Most of them were still waiting for him to embarrass himself and lose. Only at this moment did they suddenly understand that this was clearly a dark horse. But now they understood that they naturally did not have any understanding of Yan Chutian. He's not simple. At the highest point of the plaza, the purple-clothed woman's delicate body tensed up. Only when the middle-aged man beside her laughed lightly did she suddenly relax. The purple-clothed woman was too clear about her father's personality. If he did not say a word and only stared, that would be a sign of danger. Because that would mean that he had already set his eyes on the former. And now, it proved that he had already shifted his attention away. Thinking about it, even if it was her, if she did not know Yan Chutian's true identity, she would not pay attention to him, and would not pay attention to him. The battles in the arena did not stop because of this. The following 4th and 5th battles continued in order. However, the next 2 matches were a little boring. That was because compared to the previous matches, even though the 2 matches themselves were not much different, they gave off a different visual impression. They were all much duller. In other words, before the battle even started, everyone had already predicted the outcome. Therefore, how could it be compared to the second match and the most unexpected third match? After half an hour, the top 5 were all decided. As long as one entered the top 5, they would be able to make a request to the City Lord of the Divine City. This was a rare opportunity for many Xiozhi. Therefore, for the 5 people in the center of the square, all of them were, he was extremely envious. However, although they were envious, everyone knew that they were able to reach their current positions because of their own strength. If they didn't have strength, they would be eliminated early on, just like the many Xiozhi who had participated yesterday. As for the top 5, it was impossible for the 5 of them to fight in the arena one by one. Therefore, in the last round, the City Lord of the Divine City would personally test them. If it were someone else, there might be a possibility that it was unfair. However, since the City Lord of the Divine City was personally doing it, no one would doubt it. Because, with the City Lord's strength and high status, everyone knew that he would not bother to cheat. Furthermore, the position of the champion was related to his beloved daughter's partner. How could he bear to let his daughter marry a weakling? Under the gazes of many, the City Lord of the Divine City, the middle-aged man beside the purple-clothed lady, finally took a step forward. Although he only took a simple step, he appeared in the center of the square after that step, in front of Yan Chutian and the others. Yan Chutian knew that the City Lord of the Divine City did not use any movement technique. His own cultivation had reached a certain level. This scene made Yan Chutian feel helpless. Even though he had many tricks up his sleeve, his cultivation had not recovered to its previous level. Cultivation would always be the most fundamental difference between cultivators. Back to the main topic, when the middle-aged man appeared before the 5 of them, he gently waved his hand. As light flowed, a dragon pillar appeared before everyone's eyes. The so-called dragon pillars were due to the fact that there were several lifelike dragon heads on the stone pillars. Each of the dragon heads held a stone bead in their mouth. The 5 of you will attack the dragon pillars in order. Whoever can make the most dragon pillars light up will be the champion of this competition. The middle-aged man's words were extremely brief. In just a few short sentences, he had clearly explained the rules. Although the rules were simple, everyone understood that it would be extremely difficult to make the dragon pearls in the dragon heads' mouths light up. Otherwise, the city lord would not have used this as the method to determine the champion. As his voice faded, the middle-aged man stepped back. Clearly, he did not want to dictate the order and wanted the 5 of them to decide on their own. Yan Chutian did not plan to be the first to take the lead. At this time, no matter how he performed, he would be conspicuous if he took the lead. If Yan Chutian did not take the lead, there would naturally be someone who took the lead. Long Hong took a small step forward and stood in front of the dragon pillar. Long Hong took the lead and immediately attracted countless gazes. However, he did not seem to care as he stood in front of the dragon pillar and slowly circulated his power. At a certain moment, as if he had gathered his power to the extreme, he let out a low roar and slammed his right palm towards the bottom of the dragon pillar. When the palm collided with the dragon pillar, there was no deafening sound. It could even be said that it was too quiet. However, under this silence, it was not stable. From the bottom of the dragon pillar, a shadow leaped up and rushed to the first dragon head, lighting up the dragon pearl in the dragon head's mouth. However, when the shadow leaped up to the second dragon head and lit up the dragon pearl, everyone could clearly see that the speed of the shadow's rise had slowed down. This was obviously difficult for everyone to accept. After all, they thought that with Long Hong's strength, even if he could not light up all 9 dragon pearls, it should not be a problem for him to light up 7 or 8. However, in the current situation, even lighting up the 3rd dragon pearl would be difficult. The situation after that was as everyone expected. Even if the shadow slowed down, he still managed to light up the 3rd dragon pearl, but this was the limit. Seeing that only 3 dragon pearls had been lit, Long Hong's expression did not become ugly. He just looked at the dragon pillar in front of him solemnly. After Long Hong retreated, Wang Meng stepped forward. Although he did not get along with the former, he would not mock him at this time. This was because he could also see that this dragon pillar was not simple. Moreover, with Long Hong's eagerness to show off in front of Zhou Yueshi, he would definitely not hold back. In other words, he should have used all his strength in the palm strike just now. And he could only light up 3 dragon pearls with all his strength. Even if it were him, he would not be any better. Sure enough, when Wang Meng also struck out with his palm, the number of dragon pearls he lit up was not even as many as the former. Even though the shadow that belonged to him also touched the position of the 3rd dragon head, it was not completely lit up in the end. It only made the dragon pearl glow a little. Looking at the performance of these people, Yan Chutian had already estimated the number of dragon pearls he should light up. At this time, he had to estimate the degree of strength he could use. Otherwise, whether it was more or less, it would attract the strange gazes of others. This kind of situation might be extremely difficult for ordinary cultivators to grasp. Fortunately, Yan Chutian had the spiritual eye. With the spiritual eye, he could roughly estimate how much strength he should use to light up the dragon pearls. Of course, he also did not forget to estimate the number of dragon pearls he could light up with all his strength. If he did his best, he was afraid that lighting up 4 dragon pearls would be his limit, or even barely. Although the style of this dragon pillar to test strength was common, the strength it targeted was extremely high. Yan Chutian estimated that perhaps only when he stepped into the 1st or 2nd layer of Yuanying would he be able to light up all 9 dragon pearls with the power of a punch. After Wang Meng, the remaining 3 people, including Yan Chutian, all stepped forward and punched. In the eyes of the crowd, the 3 of them were almost the same, and the number of dragon pearls they lit up was also 2, and they were all barely able to do it. Genius remembered the address of this site in 1 second. Sogu Mobile Reading Website. Chapter 456. Under such circumstances, the final result had already been revealed. Without a doubt, Long Hong was the winner. As for Yan Chutian, he wasn't the 5th, but the 4th. Although it was a little different from what he had expected, it wasn't a problem for Yan Chutian. Furthermore, with such a dazzling winner like Long Hong, He believed that the daughter of the city lord wouldn't take a fancy to him. After that, it was naturally the end of the competition. Under everyone's gazes, Yan Shutian and the other four followed the city lord to the majestic city lord's manor. But even if they were gone, the commotion caused by the competition wouldn't die down so easily. Especially in this competition, there was actually a dark horse that appeared. Although the dark horse didn't surprisingly win the first place, he was only at the 8th level of the elixir realm and had obtained the 4th place. This was enough to make countless cultivators look up to him. Not long after following the city lord, Yan Shutian arrived at the city lord's manor. The decorations in the city lord's manor were extremely luxurious. But it was understandable. After all, this was the residence of a cultivator at the pinnacle of the heavenly palace realm. Naturally, it couldn't be shabby or plain. While observing, Yan Shutian carefully concealed his aura and paid close attention to the city lord's reaction. The city lord's cultivation was close to the pinnacle of the heavenly palace realm, so he was no different from an ant in his eyes. It was better to be safe than sorry. If the city lord recognized his identity, only death would await him. But what made Yan Shutian heave a sigh of relief was that this God City's city lord did not seem to notice her. As his gaze shifted, he paid more attention to Long Hong and Wang Mang. Thinking about it, the dark horse that he displayed wasn't comparable to the two of them. So the city lord would naturally look at the two of them when choosing a son-in-law. Not to mention that Long Hong and Wang Mang were both people with backgrounds. Compared to a wandering cultivator like him, they were much more suitable. At the same time, the city lord's reaction caused Yan Shutian to heave a sigh of relief. However, it caused the two people around him to lower their gazes in disappointment. Their thoughts were different from Yan Shutian's. They were all here for the position of the city lord's son-in-law. They knew that the position of son-in-law was not completely decided based on the ranking of the competition, so they still had a glimmer of hope in their hearts. But now, the city lord of the divine city clearly didn't think much of them, so how could they not feel gloomy? When they arrived at the city lord mansion, there were already servant girls who had long been prepared. One by one, they stepped forward to lead Yan Shutian and the other four to their respective guest rooms. With how much the city lord of God's city loved his daughter, the winner of this competition wouldn't become his daughter's husband just because he won. All those who enter 5 meant that they could stay in the city lord's mansion for 3 days. During these 3 days, it was clear that he wanted his daughter to choose a Tao companion of her own accord. Of course, these 3 days weren't forced, but as long as they stayed for 3 days, they could make a request to the city lord before leaving. Yan Shutian already knew about these rules. Hence, under the guidance of the servant girl, he slowly walked towards one of the guest rooms in the luxurious city lord's mansion. Yan Shutian was clear that in these 3 days, the city lord's mansion would not restrict their movements. In fact, this was also a form of indication that they could casually go to the city lord's daughter to display themselves and obtain a favorable impression. However, Yan Shutian didn't have such thoughts. He wasn't interested in the position of the city lord's son-in-law. He took the risk to participate in this competition for the sake of 2 spots in the intercontinent teleportation array. Hence, he was even prepared to cultivate in seclusion in this guest room for 3 days until he left. However, after cultivating in this guest room for less than half a day, when the night was dark, Yan Shutian felt that there seemed to be an aura outside his guest room. Then, there was a clear knock on the door. However, other than that, there was no other movement. Slowly stopping his cultivation, Yan Shutian slowly walked to the door and opened it. He wasn't worried that he would be threatened in the city lord's mansion. In the city lord's mansion, unless the city lord discovered his identity, no one would dare to make a move against him even if they had 10 times the guts. However, even so, when Yan Shutian opened the door and saw the figure outside, he couldn't help but be shocked. Because the person who appeared at the door was actually the purple-clothed woman. This purple-clothed woman was the city lord's daughter. Seeing that the city lord's daughter appeared in front of his room on the night he moved into the city lord's mansion. If Yen Chutian really came here with the intention of finding a spouse through the competition, his heart would be filled with endless charm. However, Yen Chutian didn't come here for the competition. Moreover, when he saw the purple-clothed woman, he immediately thought that maybe it wasn't an illusion when he felt her gaze on him at the Divine City Square. In other words, she had been paying attention to him at the Divine City Square. How could Yen Chutian continue to be calm and not tense up? However, no matter how tense his heart was, Yen Chutian's expression didn't change. With an extremely calm tone, he slowly said, "May I know why Miss has suddenly come to visit?" However, Yen Chutian realized that after he finished speaking, the purple-clothed woman didn't answer him at all. Instead, she immediately stepped into the room and closed the door. While Yen Chutian was still puzzled, the purple-clothed woman's soft voice finally sounded. "I'm sorry." The sudden words made Yen Chutian completely confused. However, he vaguely felt that the figure was somewhat familiar. However, that familiarity also contained a sense of unfamiliarity, because it seemed to be an impression from a very long time ago. The purple-clothed woman saw Yen Chutian's reaction. She knew why. She was afraid that he had long forgotten about her in the depths of time. However, she couldn't say any words of resentment because she was the one who had caused all of this. To put it more bluntly, she reaped what she sowed. The purple-clothed woman also thought that it would be fine as long as she helped him silently. She didn't even want Yen Chutian to know of her existence. However, he was in the city lord's mansion. It could even be said that he was right in front of her. In the end, she couldn't control the emotions in her heart. She didn't hope that he would forgive her and reconcile with her. However, she only hoped that he would know that she was still alive. She also knew that she already regretted it. If she could do it all over again, she wouldn't hesitate to pay a huge price. Cough cough. Miss, you must be joking. I have never met Miss before. How can I be sorry? If Miss wants to apologize for not choosing me, then there is no need. Love has never existed. Although his mind was in a mess, Yen Chutian still immediately came up with an excuse. However, before he finished speaking, the purple-clothed woman in front of him finally took off the veil that covered her face. When he saw the familiar face under the veil, even though Yen Chutian always thought that he was calm enough, the words in his mouth completely froze at this moment. He couldn't say anything else. Zhou Yueshi. In an instant, Yen Chutian's mind was only left with these three unfamiliar yet familiar words. He would never have thought that the woman from the past would actually meet him again under such circumstances. However, towards this woman, he never owed her anything. There was only a deep hatred. The young man was in love and protected her with all his might. However, when faced with an opportunity, he was betrayed by the woman in the most heartless way. No matter how much time had passed, even if his mind was much more mature than before, even if he thought that he had already forgotten this memory. However, when they met again, Yen Chutian could clearly feel that those scenes were like a flood, surging out. At the same time, Yen Chutian also knew that the other party must have found out about his true identity from somewhere. Otherwise, her reaction and words would not be like this. Looking at Yen Chutian in front of her, the purple-clothed woman, who was Zhou Yueshi, also trembled violently. This scene made her understand that the other party had indeed not completely forgotten her. However, this kind of memory did not exist in the form of missing, but in the form of hatred. But clearly in the past they both had feelings. Add a bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 457. Schwa! His body turned into a shadow, and in an instant, Yen Chutian arrived in front of Zhou Yueshi. However, facing such a beautiful woman, there was not the slightest bit of greed on his face. There was only an extreme coldness. Without any explanation, Yen Chutian's right palm had already tightly gripped the former's fair neck, and directly pressed it against the door frame behind him. He did not know if this woman had revealed his identity to her father, nor did he know if there was a large number of cultivators lying in ambush outside the guest room. The only thing he could do was to immediately subdue the woman in front of him. Because if it really came to that kind of terrible situation, this Zhou would be his only protective talisman. At the same time, being locked by Yan Chutian on the door frame, Zhou beautiful face did not reveal panic, but an even stronger sorrow than before. She knew what Yan Chutian was thinking, which was why she felt so sad. Because she didn't know that there was no longer a shred of trust between the two of them. As soon as he appeared, he was suspected of having revealed his identity. But no matter how sad he was, Zhou still forced himself to say it word by word with difficulty. "You. Don't worry, I didn't reveal your identity to anyone." Hearing this, Yan Chutian's eyes slightly moved, and his gaze also met the former's. That pair of eyes appeared to be so sincere. However, his experience in the past made him believe in the latter. Therefore, Yan Chutian only looked at him coldly, and without caring about anything else, he tore open the clothes on the back of the former's heart, and then streams of profound yang qi continuously poured into it, converging towards the dantian. After pouring in enough profound yang qi, Yan Chutian retracted his palm, retreated a few steps, and looked at the woman in ragged clothes who was still staring at him, and spoke coldly. "I don't care what you mean, but as long as there is any movement in the city lord's mansion, I will immediately detonate the hidden power in your body. Also, don't try to disperse the energy in your body. Otherwise, I will detonate it as well." His brief words had clearly stated the pros and cons of the matter. However, this was also something that Yan Chutian had no choice but to do. How could he have thought that the daughter of the city lord was Zhou? Furthermore, she had somehow managed to find out his identity. The only thing he didn't understand was why this woman had come alone. Did she think that she could suppress him with her half-step Yuanian cultivation? Zhou took out a robe from the storage space and put it on. She lowered her head and didn't care whether Yan Chutian was listening or not. She whispered to herself, "Whether you believe it or not, I didn't reveal your identity to anyone, including my father. Also, I came here today to ask you why you want to participate in the marriage contest. If there's anything you need, I can help you." However, Zhou words only received a cold laugh from Yan Chutian. This caused her originally well-disguised face to suddenly turn incomparably pale. She bit her lips tightly and raised her head to explain, but all she saw was a face filled with ridicule. This made her feel extremely wronged, but she couldn't say anything. What happened in the past, today's result. This was the best description of her. In the end, Zhou could only lower her head and leave the guest room in a sorry state. In the guest room, because of Zhou sudden confession, Yan Chutian was destined to be unable to calm down. He even felt that there were dangers everywhere in the city lord's mansion. If Zhou revealed his existence to her father, then only death would be left for him. Facing an expert at the peak of the Heaven Mansion stage, Yan Chutian didn't think that he could bridge the gap between them by relying on his methods. However, even though he clearly knew this, Yan Chutian still couldn't do anything. This was because he still needed to use the cross-continent transportation array to return to the Tsongyuan continent. In order to use the cross-continent transportation array, he had to obtain a quota. To obtain a quota, not to mention the Divine City, he couldn't even leave the City Lord's mansion. After thinking about it, all the problems lay with that woman. No matter what, he had to control her. With this thought, Yan Chutian couldn't sit still and immediately got up to leave the guest room. However, as he got up, he suddenly remembered that he didn't even know where her room was, so how could he find it? If he was in the outside world, he could spread out his perception and search directly. However, doing so here was equivalent to courting death. Therefore, Yan Chutian could only force himself to calm down and wait for the arrival of tomorrow. Tomorrow, He could use the excuse of visiting Zhou Yueshi to control that woman. At least before he left the divine continent, no matter what, he couldn't let her reveal anything about him. Time passed quickly when he was cultivating, but in the midst of his anxious wait, this night was destined to be long for Yan Chutian. Especially during such a long time, he didn't dare to relax his mind at all. This was because only God knew if a huge attack would fall from the sky and annihilate him when he relaxed. Fortunately, after a night, the situation that Yan Chutian was worried about didn't happen. When dawn came, he estimated that the time for the visit had already begun. He hurriedly left the guest room and began to search the city lord's mansion. Although he said he was searching, Yan Chutian only needed to ask a servant girl to find out where Zhou Yueshi lived. A moment later, he appeared in front of the former's boudoir hall. However, just as Yan Chutian was about to step in, two servant girls with good looks and figures walked out. When they saw Yan Chutian, they subconsciously drove him away. This was because Zhou Yueshi had ordered yesterday. They didn't want to see anyone. Even when Prince Long came to visit yesterday, he had returned in disappointment. Faced with the two servant girls' drive, Yan Chutian had no choice but to leave. Although he wanted to control Zhou Yueshi, he didn't want anyone to notice the difference between them. Moreover, Yan Chutian also believed that as long as Zhou Yueshi knew that he had come today, she would definitely come to find him. This was because she knew that his true identity was Yan Chutian. Sure enough, less than half a day after he returned to the guest room, there was a knock on the door. Opening the door, what appeared in front of Yan Chutian was Zhou Yueshi, who was still wearing a purple robe that set off her curvaceous figure. At the same time, only the heavens knew how happy Zhou Yueshi was in her heart. She never thought that Yan Chutian would actually come to find her in person. Even if she knew that the former's intentions might be completely different from what she thought, she still held some hope in her heart. Moreover, as long as she could help Yan Chutian, she would be satisfied. He directly pulled Zhou Yueshi into the room, closed the door, and even set up a layer of ceiling barrier. Only then did Yan Chutian turn to look at the former. At this moment, at an angle that Yan Chutian couldn't see, Zhou Yueshi's pretty face was slightly red. Then, she said softly, "Don't worry so much. No one knows that I'm here." Hearing this, Yan Chutian didn't reply. He just looked at the former's pretty face, until Zhou Yueshi's pretty face was burning. She didn't even dare to look at him. Finally, he said, "I want 2 spots for the transcontinent transportation formation." As soon as Yan Chutian finished speaking, Zhou Yueshi didn't have time to react at first. Then, she realized that Yan Chutian had participated in the marriage contest for the transcontinent transportation formation. Zhou Yueshi also suddenly remembered that as long as one entered the top 5, one could make a request to her father. It could be assumed that Yan Chutian's goal was to obtain 2 quotas. Knowing this, there was no need for Yan Chutian to say anything more. Zhou Yueshi quickly said, "No problem, I'll ask father immediately. There's no need for you to speak. I just want to remind you once again that I've already placed a restriction on your dantian. If you expose me in the slightest after these 3 days, I can immediately take your life." Yan Chutian's words were like a basin of cold water, immediately cooling Zhou Yueshi's emotions. However, she also knew that because of what she had done in the past, even she couldn't trust him. So she quickly replied, "I understand." Zhou Yueshi's answer was clear, so Yan Chutian didn't say anything more. He immediately signaled the former to leave. However, just as Zhou Yueshi lowered her head and was about to leave the guest room, Yan Chutian suddenly thought of something and said, "How did you find out about me?" Genius memorized this site's address in a second. Sogu Mobile Version Reading Website. Chapter 458. Yan Chutian's question was not only the source of this terrible situation, but also the most difficult part for him to understand. The current him had nothing in common with his previous life. Moreover, when he participated in the marriage contest, he used a randomly fabricated name. He really couldn't understand how Zhou Yueshi knew his identity. However, once the question was asked, Yan Chutian didn't expect Zhou Yueshi to answer. After all, this might be related to some of her secret. However, just as Yan Chutian stopped thinking about it, he didn't expect Zhou Yueshi, who stopped in her tracks, to immediately turn her beautiful face. At the same time, her right eye was no longer ordinary. The eyeball in the eye socket was like a planet that slowly floated and sank, and there were even starlights scattering from time to time. With the spiritual eye, Yan Chutian couldn't be more familiar with strange eyes. Therefore, he easily recognized Zhou Yueshi's right eye. Star eyes. Words with a little shock slowly came out of Yan Chutian's mouth. It was no wonder that he was shocked, because from a certain point of view, the star eyes were a strange eye that was even more mysterious than the spiritual eye. The spiritual eye could see through all kinds of illusions, and the star eyes could see the origin of all things. Therefore, it was no wonder that Zhou Yueshi was able to see through his identity. Under the star eyes, even if his body had nothing to do with the past, the origin of his consciousness wouldn't change. And Zhou Yueshi had interacted with him before, so she naturally knew what his origin of consciousness was like. Although he knew how the other party saw through his identity, what still puzzled Yan Chutian was that this woman actually showed the star eyes in front of him. It must be known that many people would choose to hide it from even their closest relative. At the same time, although the star eyes were shown, Zhou Yueshi didn't dare to say anything related to it. Because this star eyes was obtained from the opportunity that she had obtained by betraying Yan Chutian. When she first obtained it, she was indeed pleasantly surprised. However, as her regret grew, she wanted nothing more than to dig it out. It was also because of this that Zhou Yueshi didn't dare to say it out loud. Otherwise, she was afraid that she wouldn't be able to withstand Yan Chutian's gaze and would directly collapse. What made Zhou Yueshi feel relieved was that Yan Chutian didn't ask much about Xing Mao's origin. After knowing, he signaled for her to continue to leave. After Zhou Yueshi left, Yan Chutian finally calmed down. No matter what, he believed that the other party would not disregard his own life. As long as he could hold on until he left the divine continent, nothing else mattered. In the guest room, Yan Chutian quietly sat cross-legged until night fell. However, just as he thought that he would continue to spend the night, a silhouette's aura appeared outside the door. Young Master Yan, tonight's banquet is about to begin. The city lord has specially invited young master to attend the banquet. Hearing the gentle words of the servant girl outside the door, Yan Chutian's mind was not relaxed. Although he believed that Zhou Yueshi's father should not know his true identity. However, he had to be careful when interacting with a cultivator at the peak of the Heaven's Mansion realm. He couldn't reveal any flaws. The best way was naturally to meet him as little as possible. However, this banquet was personally hosted by him. If he didn't go, it would be equivalent to offending him. Even if he could find a reason to deal with it, it wouldn't be easy when he proposed to exchange for the teleportation array in 2 days. Therefore, after careful consideration, Yan Chutian still chose to attend the banquet. Therefore, in the next moment, he stood up, opened the door, and followed the servant girl to the hall of the city lord's mansion. In the hall, a large table had already been set up for the banquet. The two people at the top were naturally the city lord of the divine city and Zhou Yueshi. On the other side, Long Hong, Wang Mang, and the other three had already taken their seat. Only Yan Chutian was missing. Yan Chutian's gaze swept over, immediately causing Zhou Yueshi's heart to become slightly nervous. For tonight's banquet, she carefully dressed up. This was something she had not done for many years, and the reason was naturally for Yan Chutian. However, to her disappointment, Yan Chutian did not seem to notice her makeup today. As if he was looking at someone else, he calmly glanced away. Haha, since everyone is here, the banquet will begin. At the top of the table, the city lord of the divine city beside Zhou Yueshi said with a faint smile. As his smile faded, numerous servant girls holding exquisite dishes presented them in front of everyone. Immediately, rich spiritual chi filled the entire hall. 4 cultivators who had just entered the elixir stage, it could be treated as a cultivation treasure ground. With such a scene, Long Hong and Wang Mang were both of extraordinary birth. Naturally, they had seen and heard of it, and were able to calmly look at it. However, the 2 rogue cultivators beside Yan Chutian were clearly unable to do so. Seeing this, Yan Chutian purposely pretended to be shocked. Otherwise, it would attract the attention of others, and that would become a problem. Yan Chutian's pretense was extremely realistic. When Wang Mang's gaze inadvertently swept over, it revealed a trace of disdain before retracting it, and did not take another look. As for Long Hong, he did not care about Yan Chutian and the others. Instead, he closely watched Zhou Yuexi's movements. A refined and gentle smile always hung on his handsome face. It was not difficult for Yan Chutian to know that this Long Hong should be pursuing Zhou Yuexi. He could not help but sneer. Because this guy did not know what kind of things that woman could do when faced with an opportunity. However, Yan Chutian did not want to care about other people's matters. What he wanted to do was to quietly pass this banquet. Although there was an extra banquet, tonight was still calm. As the few people continued to curry favor with Zhou Yuexi, Yan Chutian also pretended to come. Last time, he did not ask for outstanding results, but only to not attract any attention. Fortunately, in Yan Chutian's opinion, this woman, Zhou Yuexi, was also cooperative, so this banquet quickly passed by in peace. In the next 2 days, there were still banquet-like events held one after another. Their purpose was the same, to give the 5 of them a chance to curry favor with Zhou Yuexi. And every single time, the city lord of the divine city would appear. Thus, Yan Chutian had no choice but to appear every single time and put on an act as she gently indicated to Zhou Yuexi. Fortunately, nothing unusual happened in these 2 days. The 3 days of staying in the city lord's mansion finally arrived at the end. Early in the morning, the 5 of them were waiting in the city lord's mansion's main hall. However, this time, not to mention the 2 rogue cultivators, even Long Hong and Wang Mang had slightly tense expressions. Needless to say, Long Hong liked Zhou Yuexi very much. Although Wang Mang was not the same, his father had ordered him to do his best to become the city lord's son-in-law. Thus, when it was time to announce the results, how could they still be as calm as they were 3 days ago? At this time, only by having the same goal as Yan Chutian would he be able to calm his heart. But even so, he still pretended to be looking forward to it. After the 3 of them waited for a moment, a tall and thin middle-aged man slowly walked out from the depths of the hall. This middle-aged man was the city lord of the divine city. "Greetings, city lord." Immediately, the few of them bowed in unison. Yan Chutian had no choice but to do so. Fortunately, although the city lord was from the divine realm, his usual appearance and attitude were not overbearing and arrogant. He could be considered to be approachable. After the 5 of them stood up, the city lord of the divine city finally spoke. "I, Zhou Yi, would like to apologize here. Although all of you are very outstanding, my daughter does not have a candidate that she likes." In a few short words, the result was clearly announced. Hearing this, Long Hong's expression could not help but change slightly. However, he reacted quickly and immediately replied respectfully, "City Lord, you are too serious. Yuexi does not like us. We are not fated. There is no need for City Lord to apologize." Long Hong's answer obviously made the City Lord of the Divine City, Zhou Yi, extremely satisfied. As the expression on his face became gentler, he continued to speak slowly. "Although my daughter does not have a candidate that she likes, I will not let you come here in vain. Each of you can make a request. As long as it is within the power of my city lord's mansion, I will fulfill it for you." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Yi's gaze was fixed on Long Hong. Not only because his previous words satisfied him, but also because he was the champion of the marriage contest. Uncle Zhou, Long Hong only came for Yueshi. I don't need anything else. Under Zhou Yi's gaze, Long Hong said some extremely beautiful words. Although the former knew that it was artificial, he could not help but feel satisfied in the depths of his eyes. Genius remembered the address of this site in 1 second. Sogu Mobile Reading Website. Chapter 459. Zhou Yi loved Zhou Yueshi very much because when she was young, Zhou Yi was once separated from her mother and daughter. After many years, he finally found her, only to find that his lover had passed away, leaving only his daughter behind. Therefore, Zhou Yi poured his love for his lover into his daughter. This was also why he completely obeyed Zhou Yueshi's wishes. If Zhou Yueshi did not have a satisfactory candidate, he would never force the arrangement. Therefore, at this time, when he saw a man who loved his daughter so much, he always felt extremely satisfied. Uncle Zhou, Wang Mang doesn't need to make any requests. He just needs to come to the Divine City often in the future to visit Yueshi. At the same time, as soon as Long Hong's voice fell, Wang Mang also quickly spoke. Zhou Yi was naturally satisfied with Wang Mang's words. However, he also knew that the two were more flattering, so he didn't show much expression. After nodding with a faint smile, he looked at Yan Chutian and the others. And it seemed that because of the precedent of Long Hong and Wang Mang, the two elixir rogue cultivators beside Yan Chutian couldn't make a direct request. Only Yan Chutian would not have such concerns, because as long as he could get 2 places and leave the Divine City to return to the Tsongyuan continent, he would never return here. So, why would he need to worry about whether he would leave a bad impression in Zhou Yi's heart? City Lord, this junior wants to get 2 places for the cross-continent transmission array. Zhou Yi didn't have any displeasure about Yan Chutian's words. After all, he knew very well that not everyone had a background like Long Hong and Wang Mang. As a rogue cultivator, they rose step by step from insignificant status by relying on their own strength. Naturally, they had to seize all opportunities that could be grasped tightly. On the contrary, Zhou Yi also appreciated Yan Chutian's decisiveness, unlike the 2 rogue cultivators beside him, who were timid and didn't dare to speak. Therefore, Zhou Yi did not hesitate at all. He immediately nodded slowly and agreed to Yan Chutian's request. Seeing Zhou Yi nodding, Yan Chutian's face showed joy. This was no longer a deliberate pretense, but he couldn't help himself because he had spent so much effort and time. Fortunately, it was not in vain. He finally got the 2 spots for the cross-continent teleportation array. At the same time, seeing that Yan Chutian's request was accepted, the 2 rogue cultivators beside him did not hesitate at all. They immediately voiced out their own requests. Although Zhou Yi did not appreciate the 2 of them, he had already said it. Naturally, he would not refuse and agreed. After waiting for a while, Yan Chutian received 2 jade talismans. These 2 jade talismans were none other than proof of entry to the transcontinent teleportation array. After keeping the 2 jade talismans, Yan Chutian once again expressed his gratitude. Then, he left the city lord mansion and quickly rushed back to the inn. He chased Yan Chutian back to the inn. Before he entered, he looked at the window above. At the mouth of the window, he saw Cher who was looking forward to it. In this regard, Yan Chutian could only smile helplessly because he was reluctant, and there was no place to blame the girl. Cher's talent was extremely high. Even if she didn't cultivate hard, her progress was still very fast. At least, this was something Yan Chutian couldn't achieve. When the door of the guest room was opened, a fragrant figure rushed directly into Yan Chutian's arms. Cher clung to Yan Chutian's arms, which also made Yan Chutian feel the softness of the girl, but the scale of the tall and straight. This made Yan Chutian tease the girl when he removed her from his arms. Cough. Cher has grown up. You can't hug her casually anymore. Knowing that Yan Chutian was implying something, Cher's pretty face turned slightly red. However, she didn't lower her head. Instead, she proudly raised her chest. Then, she pretended to be firm with her red cheeks and said, "Then Big Brother Yen can't help but want to do something bad to Cher?" The young lady's appearance immediately defeated Yen Chutian. However, this made him secretly pleasantly surprised in his heart. The girl could joke like this. It seemed that she had completely walked out of the shadow of her family being destroyed. In fact, Yen Chutian's thoughts were correct. However, he didn't know that the girl had walked out of the shadow not because she had become extremely strong. Instead, it was because she had found a solid support. After a few words of teasing, Yen Chutian finally recovered his serious expression. Now that the transcontinent teleportation array had been obtained, returning to the Tsongyuan continent was inevitable. Thus, he had to clearly explain what arrangements he would make after returning to the Tsongyuan continent. First of all, returning to the Tsongshan Palace was inevitable. However, he was no longer the Yen Chutian of the past. In fact, in the Tsongshan Palace, his master Li Tianyun was the only person he could trust. However, his master was the Grand Elder of the Tsongshan Palace. Even an inner sect disciple couldn't request an audience with him, let alone an ordinary wandering cultivator like him. Thus, Yen Chutian knew that it was impossible to immediately see his master. However, he had already thought about it. As long as he grew in the Tsongshan Palace step by step, he would enter the inner sect from the outer sect and become a top inner sect saint. Then, he would have a great chance of seeing his master. Yen Chutian found it hard to trust other people and also found it hard to prove his identity. However, he had full confidence in his master, who was like a father to him. He could prove his identity. In other words, as long as he met his master, he could tell him about the conspiracy of the deity realm. With his master's identity, he could influence the entire Tsongshan Palace and unite the 6 palaces to stop the conspiracy of the deity realm. When Yen Chutian explained the situation to Cher, the girl didn't hesitate at all and immediately said, "Brother Cher, then Cher will follow you into the Tsongshan Palace. We will grow together and meet my master." However, before the girl's voice died away, she saw Yen Chutian nod gently. This made her heart tremble violently. "Get up. Does Brother Yen not want me to follow him back to the Tsongshan Palace?" Fortunately, just as Cher was panicking, Yen Chutian finally continued to speak. "Cher, I can't protect you at all times, so you have to rely on your own strength and become stronger as soon as possible. Although there is no difference between the outer sect of the Tsongshan Palace, there are 8 paths in the inner sect. The cultivation techniques of my master's lineage are not suitable for women. Therefore, you have to join Elder Shuelian's lineage." Yen Chutian's words immediately calmed the girl's panicked heart. Then, she raised her curious beautiful eyes and asked in surprise, "Elder Shuelian?" "Yes. Although I have been in seclusion for many years in my master's lineage and don't know much about the other 7 lineages, I know that Elder Shuelian's lineage is most suitable for women. Of course, to be honest, Yuehua Palace, one of the 6 palaces, is most suitable for women. The top female disciples are ranked among the top 10 prides of the heaven realm, just like me." Thinking of the girl he had seen before, Yen Chutian had to admit that the former was powerful. Of course, admitting was admitting, but it didn't mean that he was afraid. As one of the top 10 prides of the heaven realm, Yen Chutian had never feared anyone. However, this time, it was Cher who quickly shook her head and said, "I don't want Yuehua Palace. I will follow Brother Yen and join Elder Shuelian's lineage." "Of course that's good. However, it's not that easy to join the Tsongshan Palace. Even if it's just the outer sect, you have to go through a lot of tests. So before that, you have to become stronger as soon as possible." "Yes." Hearing this, the girl quickly nodded with a solemn expression on her face. She didn't want Brother Yen to enter the outer sect of the Tsongshan Palace while she was eliminated. If that happened, she was destined to be separated from Brother Yen. After that, Yan Chutian introduced many of the rules of the Tsongshan Palace to share. In fact, these were all the rules of the Tsongshan Palace in his memory. He hadn't even touched many of them personally. This was because Yan Chutian was directly introduced to the Tsongshan Palace by Li Tianyun. After entering, he quietly cultivated in his lineage. After that, he shocked the world and became the top of the Tsongshan Palace. Then, he became famous from a young age and rushed to the position of one of the top 10 prides of the Heaven Realm. Yan Chutian explained in detail, and Cher also listened attentively. It wasn't until midnight that Yan Chutian explained the general situation clearly. After listening to Yan Chutian's narration, the young girl consciously sat down cross-legged and began to cultivate. That serious and firm appearance of hers made Yan Chutian somewhat admire her. After that, Yan Chutian also sat down cross-legged. However, he wasn't in a hurry to cultivate. Instead, he was excited and constantly looked forward to the scene of returning to the Tsongyuan continent through the transcontinent teleportation array. After so many days, he could finally return to the Tsongshan Palace. However, this time was different from the past. It could be said that he was carrying the fate of the entire Heaven Realm. Add a bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 460. While waiting, time always passed very slowly. But no matter how slow it was, 5 days passed quietly. After 5 days, Yan Chutian brought Cher to the Divine City's Tiantai. The Divine City's Tiantai was behind the Divine City. Usually, it was heavily guarded day and night. This was because the Tiantai was where the transcontinent teleportation formation was located. The transcontinent teleportation formation could cross the forbidden area and reach the Tsongyuan continent on the other side of the yellow sand heavenly forest. Therefore, almost everyone in the Divine Continent who wanted to go to the Tsongyuan continent had to use the transcontinent teleportation formation. After all, to many people, choosing to cross the forbidden area was no different from courting death. Moreover, the price of obtaining a teleportation formation between continents was not small. To the entire Divine City, it was considered a huge fortune. Back to the topic, when Yan Chutian appeared outside the Tiantai, he saw many figures around him. Obviously, these people were like Yan Chutian and Cher, who had jade talismans that represented the transcontinent teleportation formation. As expected, Yan Chutian saw that the figures took out jade talismans and handed them to the guarding cultivator. Then, they really entered the Tiantai. Yan Chutian did not hesitate. He signaled to Cher behind him. Then, the two of them took out jade talismans and handed them to the guarding cultivator. The guarding Yuanying practitioner took the 2 jade talismans and let Yan Chutian and Cher pass through. They ascended to the Tiantai at the back. However, it was not possible to immediately enter the transcontinent teleportation formation after ascending to the Tiantai. Only at a specific time, and with the Divine City's city master personally presiding over it, could the transcontinent teleportation formation be activated. Therefore, Yan Chutian and Cher waited quietly on the Tiantai. While waiting, there were constantly cultivators ascending to the Tiantai. It was not until late in the morning that the Divine City's city master finally appeared. However, what Yan Chutian did not expect was that God City's city lord Zhou Yueshi also followed closely behind. Yan Chutian saw the two, and the two naturally also saw Yan Chutian. Zhou Yi might ignore Yan Chutian, but Zhou Yueshi obviously would not. When she saw Yan Chutian, there was a faint joy in her heart. Even though she knew that this might be the last time they would see each other, it was enough to make her feel this way. However, when Zhou Yueshi saw the girl following closely behind Yan Chutian, her heart couldn't help but tighten. Even if she kept telling herself that there was no longer any possibility between them. However, when she saw a woman appear beside Yan Chutian, she couldn't help but feel her heart ache. At that time, he clearly only had eyes for her. That kind of unconcealable joy and love was still vivid in her mind. Everything seemed to have happened yesterday, but now another woman had appeared beside him. However, no matter how painful it was, she knew that she had no place to talk to. Because that day she betrayed him. She succeeded and even got the 1 in 10,000 star eyes. However, she also knew what regret was. Yan Chutian glanced at the two a few times and then retracted his gaze. He didn't know why Zhou Yueshi appeared here, but her father, Zhou Yi, should not know his identity. As long as he didn't know, everything was fine. At the same time, Zhou Yi seemed to feel the depressed mood of the woman beside him, which made him lower his gaze and whisper softly, "Yueshi, what's wrong?" "Nothing, father," you continue to host. Hearing this, Zhou Yi didn't think too much. He took a step forward and appeared in front of the Tiantai, in front of everyone. Seeing the appearance of Zhou Yi, all the cultivators hurriedly greeted him, even Yan Chutian. However, there was also a guy who didn't bow, and this person was also on the Tiantai. Yan Chutian saw clearly that this was a cultivator who was only at the first level of Yuanying, but his expression was extremely arrogant, even when facing Zhou Yi, who was almost at the peak of the heavenly mansion realm. Then, his gaze moved slightly, and Yan Chutian finally knew the identity of this cultivator. On the hilt of the long sword on his back, there was a flamboyant Western character engraved on it. With this appearance, what else could it be other than from the Tianyang Valley? Yan Chutian was also familiar with the Tianyang Valley, because it was also a force in the Tsangyuan continent, and it was also a great force. Even if it was not as good as the Divine Realm, it was not much different. Back then, when Yan Chutian was in the mortal world, he had seen the corpse of a powerhouse from the Tianyang Valley. The cultivation of the powerhouse from the Tianyang Valley had reached the Heaven Ascension realm when he was alive, which could be said to be the peak strength of the entire Heaven realm. One could imagine how huge the force that could produce such a peak powerhouse was. However, back to the topic, the cultivator from the Tianyang Valley in front of him was so arrogant that even when facing Zhou Yi, who was at the peak of the heavenly mansion realm, he did not show any weakness. It could be imagined that his status in the Tianyang Valley was not low. Zhou Yi chose to ignore this cultivator from the Tianyang Valley. He just urged his power and cooperated with several cultivators around him to activate the transcontinent teleportation array. Seeing that the transcontinent teleportation array was activated, Yan Chutian's mind gradually became excited. After so many days, he could finally step into the land of the Tsangyuan continent again. "Brother Yan, are we leaving?" Beside Yan Chutian, Shui, who was nestling up to him, asked softly. Hearing this, Yan Chutian touched Sher's head intimately. Without saying a word, he had already spread out his spiritual power to protect the two of them. It was not until the turbulent space power surged like a vortex that Yan Chutian's voice finally sounded slowly. "Sher, get ready to go." Outside the rooftop, looking at the intimate actions of the two, Zhou Yueshi only felt that the scene in front of her was extremely dazzling. It was so dazzling that she could not stay here any longer. She immediately flew away and left the rooftop. Boom boom! The violent tearing force of space continued to surge until a certain moment. The turbulent space above the rooftop was finally completely torn apart. The next moment, the power of space surged up and directly wrapped all the cultivators on the rooftop into it. The transcontinent teleportation finally began at this moment. The Yellow Sand Forest was a well-known forbidden area in the entire Heaven realm. On one side of the Yellow Sand Forest was the Divine Continent, and on the other side was the Tsangyuan Continent. To be honest, the Tsangyuan Continent was naturally more famous than the Divine Continent. This was because in the Tsangyuan Continent there was not only a huge force like the Tianyang Valley, but also one of the 6 palaces, the Tsangshan Palace. In this era where the Immortal Palace was hidden, the 6 palaces were recognized as the 6 most powerful forces by all the cultivators in the Heaven realm. On this day, in a certain city on the border of the Tsangyuan continent, an intense power of space teleportation surged and descended into this city. Following that, from the city's teleportation array, figures appeared one after another. These figures were none other than Yen Chutian and the others who had teleported away from the Divine Continent's Divine City. Yen Chutian did not stay in this city for a moment and immediately left with Cher. Not long after walking on this piece of land, he felt that the surrounding environment was gradually becoming familiar. Obviously, Yen Chutian had truly returned to the land of the Tsangyuan continent. Therefore, they no longer had to be like headless flies. Under the guidance of Yen Chutian, the two of them rushed to the Dark God Palace at the fastest speed possible. After traversing through the mountains and forests, Yen Chutian became even more delighted as he looked at the increasingly familiar scenery around him. It was to the extent that he recognized that there should be an encampment of the Firmament God Palace about 50 kilometers ahead. As expected, after advancing for about 50 kilometers, Yen Chutian could already see the outline of a city-like building in the distance. As he approached the building, Yen Chutian saw two eye-catching words outside the city-like building. In the Tsangyuan continent, all the Tsangshan Palace encampments were marked with the words Tsangshan. Just the two words Firmament God were enough to intimidate many people. This was because the status of the Firmament God Palace in the Tsangyuan continent was similar to that of the Divine Continent in the Divine Continent. Even the colossal Tianyang Valley was inferior to the Firmament God Palace in the Tsangyuan continent. If it was in the past, Yen Chutian could have directly plunged into the Firmament God Palace encampment and obtained all the supplies he wanted. But now, he was just a small elixir cultivator and naturally could not step in or even get close. He could only circle around from a short distance away, not even daring to extend his perception in the process. Therefore, Yen Chutian did not know that the Firmament God Palace encampment was already littered with corpses. Without exception, these corpses were all lifeless and looked like corpses. Bookmark for easy reading. Chapter 461. Even though Yen Chutian had already set foot in the Tsangyuan continent, the surrounding environment was already extremely familiar to him. However, Yen Chutian was still clear that there was still a long way to go from here to the Tsangshan Palace. Moreover, the Tsangshan Palace was not a place that he could enter at the moment. He could only enter after waiting for the disciple recruitment. However, the Tsangshan Palace was one of the 6 palaces and one of the most powerful forces in the heaven domain. It was conceivable that it was not easy to become an outer disciple. Perhaps this level of difficulty was not a problem for the current Yen Chutian. However, he was not alone. Cher was by his side. Although Cher had already stepped into the 6th level of the elixir, it was still not easy for her to become an outer disciple of the Tsangshan Palace. Therefore, what Yen Chutian had to consider was how to let Cher pass the outer disciple test. Back to the main topic, the two of them traveled for almost half a month in the Tsangyuan continent before finally approaching the world-famous Tsangshan Palace. A huge force like the Tsangshan Palace could no longer be seen with ordinary eyes. At least, even if one were to approach it, one would not be able to clearly see its appearance with the naked eye or even perception. The Tsangshan Palace was huge. In a sense, it was like a small world. Stepping into the Tsangshan Palace was equivalent to stepping into a new world. However, no matter how illusory the Tsangshan Palace was, it still had a substantial and conspicuous existence. On the vast expanse of land stood a majestic city. At the top of the majestic city there were 3 conspicuous words: Tsangshan City. The Tsangshan City was different from the encampments in the Tsangyuan continent. There were already many cultivators of the Tsangshan Palace inside, and even high-level figures would occasionally appear. More specifically, the Tsangshan City was the entrance to the Tsangshan Palace. If one wanted to enter the Tsangshan Palace, they had to go to the Tsangshan City. The place that Yen Chutian and Cher were rushing to was the Tsangshan City. This was because the Tsangshan Palace's disciple recruitment was carried out in the Tsangshan City. When Yen Chutian and Qiu Yu appeared in front of the Tsangshan City, the bustling scene of the city entered their eyes. Such a bustling scene caused Cher's pretty face to immediately reveal a look of amazement. In her limited knowledge, the size and prosperity of the divine city at the border of the divine domain had already exceeded her imagination. However, that divine city paled in comparison to the city before his eyes. Actually, this was an inevitable result. After all, the border divine city was only an ordinary divine city. How could it compare to the firmament god city, which symbolized the entrance to the firmament god palace? Yan Chutian had long been accustomed to this. In the past, he had also been to this divine firmament city, and every time he appeared, it would cause a huge commotion. Because at that time, he was already the first disciple of the firmament god palace. However, what made Yan Chutian's expression change slightly today was that the firmament divine city seemed to be different from before. There were quite a few changes, and these changes made him feel a faint joy surging in his heart. It was because he could see that there were many young cultivators in the crowd entering and exiting the city gate. This kind of situation would only appear when the firmament god palace was about to recruit disciples. Therefore, Yan Chutian naturally couldn't help but feel happy because this meant that they might not need to wait and could directly participate in the outer sect test. However, there were also worries. Yan Chutian also knew that with Cher's current cultivation and strength, it would be more or less difficult for her to pass the outer sect test. However, there was no turning back. If the outer sect test was really about to begin, Yan Chutian couldn't choose to retreat because it would be at least 2 years before the next disciple recruitment. Fortunately, when Yan Chutian stepped into the firmament god city with Cher, they found out after a little investigation that there was still a month before the firmament god palace's disciple recruitment. A month's time was already not short. At least it gave Yan Chutian some time to take a breather and give Cher more time to prepare. After that, Yan Chutian brought the girl to find a rest stop in the firmament god city to stay. Perhaps it was because the firmament god city was too prosperous, or perhaps it was because the current flow of people in the city was extremely high. Therefore, Yan Chutian almost couldn't afford to pay for a month's rest stop. It was also because of this that Cher could only squeeze in a guest room with Yan Chutian. The girl didn't have any dissatisfaction with this. She walked into the guest room with a smile and decorated it according to her preferences. Only then did she comfortably lie down on the big bed. Lying on the big bed in the guest room, Cher stretched her delicate body lazily. When a soft moan sounded, her curvaceous and plump figure also appeared in front of Yan Chutian without any hindrance. Looking at the tall and straight figure that seemed to be about to break through the shackles of clothes, Yan Chutian was a little embarrassed and could only quickly look away. He could feel that Cher wasn't on guard against him at all. This was a good thing because it proved that she trusted him. However, this was sometimes a bad thing because too much trust seemed to have made her forget that there was a difference between men and women. But in fact, Yan Chutian didn't know that as a woman, no matter how trusting she was, how could she be so unguarded against a man? For her to do this, she naturally had her own thoughts that were hard to explain. Stretching her waist, Cher sat up and smiled innocently at Yan Chutian. "Big brother Yan, you should also come and rest." Facing an invitation from a woman whose appearance and figure were excellent, and even invited her to the bed next to him, no man would be able to hold himself back. However, Yan Chutian had his own character in the end. He had always treated Cher as his sister, so how could he have any improper thoughts? Therefore, Yan Chutian only lightly coughed. After making a sound, he pretended to be calm and said, "Cher, there is only a month until the outer court selection. In this month, you must work hard to cultivate. If possible, you must step into the 7th level of elixir." Although Yan Chutian's words were calm, Cher's little face suddenly tensed up. She had just broken through the 6th level of elixir not long ago. How could she break through again and step into the 7th level of elixir in a month's time? However, looking at Yan Chutian's face, Cher didn't want to disappoint the former, so she quickly put on a determined face. Big Brother Yen, Cher will definitely work hard and break through the 7th level of elixir in a month's time. As her voice fell, she didn't wait for Yen Chutian's reply and immediately sat up. Seeing this, Yen Chutian secretly nodded. He didn't want to force Cher, but just wanted to give her some pressure. He knew that Cher was extremely talented, but no matter how talented she was, if she didn't do her best, it would be wasted. Therefore, he naturally wanted Cher to be able to unleash her full potential. In the end, even if Cher didn't break through to the 8th level of elixir, he wouldn't be dissatisfied. As long as Yen Chutian could see the former's efforts, it would be enough. And during this period of time when Cher was working hard to cultivate, he couldn't waste it, but had to take action. He wasn't taking action for himself, but to help Cher sit down and prepare, and to ensure that she could smoothly pass the outer court selection. Therefore, after greeting Yen Chutian walked out of the guest room and also out of the rest house. Casually strolling through the streets of Firmament Divine City, Yen Chutian could see many figures of young cultivators as he walked. In fact, he could even sense that one of the auras had truly stepped into the nascent soul stage. This made Yen Chutian sigh. There were many geniuses in the heaven realm, and there were always extraordinary people. Moreover, he now put condensing spiritual inscriptions as the top priority, so in terms of cultivation, it was naturally difficult for him to compete with some young cultivators. If he encountered an ordinary Yuanying practitioner, Yen Chutian might not care, but this young cultivator had to be noticed by Yen Chutian. This was because the other party was very likely to be here for the Firmament God Palace's disciple recruitment. The number of disciples recruited after the outer court selection was limited, so they were very likely to be enemies. Fortunately, Yen Chutian wasn't completely helpless when facing a Yuanying practitioner. The strength of the Six Directions force, even if it couldn't be compared to the strength of a newborn, it wouldn't be too far off. Moreover, he had the advantage of being looked down upon in terms of cultivation. That small advantage was very likely to allow him to turn the situation around at certain junctures. After walking on the streets for a while, Yen Chutian finally stopped when a somewhat familiar building appeared in his line of sight. This luxuriously decorated building was the famous Tianyu Pavilion in Firmament God City. Genius remembered the address of this site in 1 second. Sogu Mobile Version Reading Website. Chapter 462. The Sky Universe Pavilion was actually a market. Although it was called a pavilion, it was extremely spacious. Furthermore, the Sky Universe Pavilion didn't belong to a single faction. Even the Firmament God Palace only occupied a large portion. But that was also the reason why the Sky Universe Pavilion was a place that many people had to visit when they arrived at the Firmament God City. That was because it was most likely to find treasures in such a chaotic place. Although it was orderly and stable, it also meant that it was extremely difficult for treasures to be overlooked. When Yen Chutian arrived at the Sky Universe Pavilion, he wanted to see if he could find something that others had missed. Since he had to prepare, he naturally couldn't do it empty-handed. As he approached the Sky Universe Pavilion, Yen Chutian saw that there were many cultivators guarding the entrance of the pavilion. Among the cultivators guarding the pavilion, most of them were in the Yuanying realm. Furthermore, Yen Chutian knew that the Sky Universe Pavilion was occupied by the Firmament God Palace. Naturally, there would be experts from the Firmament God Palace guarding the pavilion. Just by thinking about the status of the Firmament God Palace, one could tell what level the cultivators they sent out would be. However, none of this had anything to do with Yen Chutian. He wasn't here to cause trouble, but to search for treasures. When Yen Chutian stepped into the Sky Universe Pavilion, he swept his gaze around. Not only did he see many figures, but he also saw rows upon rows of items between the figures. There wasn't a rough distinction between the items because every stall existed independently. If one wanted to search for treasures, they could only rely on their own eyes to search for them. Even if Yen Chutian was the strongest disciple of the Firmament God Palace, he also didn't know where the Sky Universe Pavilion was. However, he had an advantage that most people didn't have. That was his spiritual eye. The spiritual eye could see through all illusions. It was extremely useful when searching for hidden treasures. Thus, when Yen Chutian entered the Sky Universe Pavilion, he had already secretly opened his spiritual eye. A faint light spread out from the center of his brows, not letting go of any corner that he could see. After a cursory glance, he realized that there was nothing that Yen Chutian needed, even though the items in front of him were emitting sporadic light. However, Yen Chutian wasn't discouraged. She slowly approached those stalls and carefully examined the items that were laid out. But even after searching for half an hour, Yen Chutian was still unable to find anything. As far as the eye could see, there were some decent items, but none of them were the items that Yen Chutian had imagined. With regards to this, Yen Chutian did not find it strange. This was because the item he was looking for was extremely rare. It would be strange if he could find it so easily. However, his hard work paid off. After searching for another half an hour, Yen Chutian finally saw a stall several feet away from him. The items he needed were displayed on it. It was a basket of white cocoons the size of a fist. If an ordinary person saw it, they would immediately subconsciously think that it was a basket of cocoons. These were night butterfly cocoons. However, with his spiritual eye, Yen Chutian could clearly see that there were a few smaller cocoons among these night butterfly cocoons. These cocoons were not night butterfly cocoons, but the extremely rare moon spirit butterfly cocoons. Although they were both butterflies, the moon spirit butterfly was much more powerful than the night butterfly. Thus, its cocoons were much more precious. The night butterfly cocoon was only tough. However, the moon spirit butterfly cocoon was not only impervious to fire and water, it was also difficult for spiritual energy to destroy it. What Yen Chutian needed was the moon spirit butterfly cocoon. However, knowing this, Yen Chutian naturally knew how much more expensive the moon spirit butterfly cocoons were compared to the night butterfly cocoons. It was not an exaggeration to say that the remaining heaven crystals in his storage space could only buy half a moon spirit butterfly cocoon. This was the limit. Thus, Yen Chutian knew that he had to not reveal any abnormality. If he were to buy a basket of night butterfly cocoons, his heaven crystals would be enough. After gradually restraining his emotions and even his gaze, Yen Chutian pretended to scan the surrounding stalls and gradually approached the moon spirit butterfly cocoon stall. When Yen Chutian appeared in front of the stall owner immediately introduced him enthusiastically. However, as he introduced him, he was also observing Yen Chutian's expression. If he detected any abnormality, he would immediately raise the price of what he wanted from Yen Chutian. This was the experience he had accumulated from selling in the Sky Universe Pavilion for many years. However, under his sweeping gaze, he did not discover the slightest abnormality in Yen Chutian, which made him somewhat dispirited. This was because it was extremely difficult to treat such a cultivator as a fat sheep to slaughter. This was because if there was a disagreement, the other party would very likely leave and give up on the purchase. Furthermore, Yen Chutian's actions made him even more certain of this point. This was because the stall owner saw that Yen Chutian was just randomly looking around. This made him even less interested, so he did not introduce anything and just waited for Yen Chutian to choose what he wanted. Seeing that the stall owner was about to close his eyes and rest, Yen Chutian rejoiced inwardly. This was because he knew that his disguise was more than half successful. However, he had to be more careful because this was the time to put the moon spirit butterfly cocoons on the table. Yen Chutian casually looked at the basket of cocoons and after sweeping a few glances, said, "These night butterfly cocoons are not bad. After washing them, they should be able to be made into some good clothes." After muttering to himself, Yen Chutian looked at the stall owner and asked, "Stall owner, how much are these night butterfly cocoons?" Hearing this, the stall owner raised his head and glanced at the basket Yan Chutian was pointing at. He did not think much about it. Although these night butterfly cocoons were troublesome to find, they were not precious. Therefore, he directly said, 1 cocoon for 10,000 heaven crystals. However, Yan Chutian could not help but be moved when he heard this. He thought to himself that these stall owners were indeed old foxes. Even if they looked like they did not care, they still kept an eye on things. A night butterfly cocoon could only be sold for 5,000 heaven crystals, let alone 10,000. He said the number of 10,000 just to bait Yan Chutian. If Yan Chutian agreed immediately, he would immediately be alerted and realize that he might have overlooked something about these night butterfly cocoons. However, since Yan Chutian had already noticed this, he naturally would not be fooled again. He went up to the stall owner and immediately said, "It seems that the stall owner does not want to make the deal. A night butterfly cocoon can only be sold for 5,000 heaven crystals, let alone 10,000. Well, since the stall owner does not want to make the deal, I will leave and go look at another stall." As soon as he finished speaking, Yan Chutian left without hesitation. Seeing Yan Chutian's reaction, the stall owner's last bit of hope was cut off. He immediately said with a bitter smile, "Young friend, please wait. It was my wishful thinking. Well, I will sell 1 night butterfly cocoon for 5,000 heaven crystals. How about that?" 3,000. Yan Chutian answered directly without turning his head. "Young friend, these night butterfly cocoons are not easy to obtain. 3,000 heaven crystals is too little. Stall owner, if it was 5,000 heaven crystals or even more, it would be fine. However, you directly asked for 10,000 heaven crystals. It is obvious that you want to cheat me, so it is no wonder that I did not show you any mercy." Cough cough, the stall owner's expression was awkward. He could only continue to smile bitterly and say, "It is this old man's fault. How about this? Let's take a compromise, 4,000 heaven crystals. Young friend, what do you think?" When the stall owner reported 4,000 heaven crystals, Yan Chutian's face gradually curled up into a smile from an angle that he could not see. At this moment, he was certain that those mixed moon spirit butterfly cocoons were already in his bag. Therefore, Yan Chutian directly bought 10 cocoons at the price of 4,000 heaven crystals per cocoon. Of these 10, there were naturally a few mixed moon spirit butterfly cocoons. Looking at Yan Chutian's back as he left, the stall owner also revealed a smile. He was already extremely satisfied with the price of 4,000 heaven crystals. He originally thought that 3,000 heaven crystals per night butterfly cocoon would be enough. However, just as he was about to sell it, he saw a figure rushing over in a hurry. It was a woman with good looks. Her cultivation was also very strong. She had already stepped into the yuanying stage. However, compared to these, it was her attire that shocked the stall owner the most. This was because it was the attire of a disciple of the Firmament God Palace. In other words, this woman was a disciple of the Firmament God Palace. Even though the old man's cultivation was not weaker than the woman's, after guessing her identity, his expression immediately became respectful. In the Tsangyuan continent, and in the Firmament God City, who would dare to offend a disciple of the Firmament God Palace? Genius remembered the address of this website in 1 second. Sogu Mobile Version Website. Chapter 463. The Dark God Palace female disciple was used to the stall owner's respect and did not care at all. Moreover, right now she was even more anxious to come for a certain item. The woman immediately looked at the corner of the stall, which was the basket from which Yan Chutian had taken the moon spirit butterfly cocoons. Seeing that the basket was still there, the woman heaved a sigh of relief. However, when she looked into the basket, her expression changed, and she immediately looked at the stall owner. "Where are the cocoons?" The woman's sudden question confused the stall owner. He looked at the countless night spirit butterfly cocoons in the basket. Why did she ask him about the cocoons? Seeing that the stall owner was confused, the woman knew that it was difficult for him to understand her question. Therefore, she asked directly, "Did anyone buy these cocoons just now?" Yes, it was a young man with a cultivation of level 8 elixir. He just left, the stall owner said slowly. However, his expression was gradually turning ugly. He was not a fool. The words of the Dark God Palace disciple made him gradually understand that there might be something extraordinary in the night spirit butterfly cocoons that was left behind. Thinking back, he could guess that the series of reactions of the young man with the elixir was just an act. It was to hide it from him. He thought that he had taken advantage of the situation, but now it seemed that he had taken a huge loss. At the same time, after the stall owner finished speaking, the woman no longer hesitated and immediately rushed in the direction that he had left. She had found traces of those moon spirit butterfly cocoons with great difficulty. How could she leave empty-handed? Yen Chutian naturally did not know that someone would look for him. Therefore, he continued to look around in the Sky Universe Pavilion, hoping to find some dusty items. However, he didn't come out empty-handed. Instead, he suddenly sensed a gaze locked onto his body, and it didn't move away in the slightest. When Yen Chutian looked back, he naturally saw the female disciple of the Dark God Palace who had questioned the stall owner. Since the stall owner could identify the woman, Yen Chutian, who was a disciple of the Dark God Palace, could easily identify the disciple. But what puzzled him was, why would a disciple of the Firmament God Palace find him? Seeing that the other party's gaze was fixed on her, a faint sense of pride rose in the woman's heart. She was very confident in her appearance. Although she was still young and could not compare to her sister, she already had many suitors in the Dark God Palace. However, she naturally did not have any good feelings towards such a man. After approaching Yen Chutian, she raised her head proudly and said in a disdainful tone, "I will buy the night butterfly cocoon you just bought at that stall for 10 times the price." Even if the woman didn't say it clearly, Yen Chutian could guess that the other party should also know about the moon spirit butterfly cocoon. But since the other party didn't say anything, Yen Chutian simply nodded and said, "That's not a problem. This is the night butterfly cocoon I bought at that stall." As he spoke, 6 white cocoons appeared in Yen Chutian's hands. However, these cocoons were really night butterfly cocoons. Thus, how could the woman have a good expression when she saw them? "You? That's not what I want, you, Are these not night butterfly cocoons?" Yen Chutian asked back, causing the woman to be speechless. At the same time, anger was accumulating in her heart. However, when she thought of her sister and how hard she had been searching for her, the woman suppressed the anger in her heart and forced herself to remain calm. "Alright, it seems that you also know that there are moon spirit butterfly cocoons mixed in with those night butterfly cocoons. Then I, Luo Yu, will not hide it from you. As long as you give me those moon spirit butterfly cocoons, I can give you a satisfactory price." Luo Yu believed that the other party would definitely not refuse. However, what she did not expect was that after hearing this, Yen Chutian still slowly shook his head. "Sorry, I only have the night butterfly cocoons in my hand. I don't have the moon spirit butterfly cocoons you want." "You!" Luo Yu once again could not hold back the anger in her heart and was about to explode. However, Yen Chutian did not care about her reaction and immediately swaggered away. He believed that in the Sky Universe Pavilion, no one would be allowed to casually attack, even if it was a disciple of the Firmament God Palace. This was the rule. Unless it was absolutely necessary, it would definitely not be broken. However, now was clearly not the time for that. Just as Yen Chutian thought, even if Luo Yu wanted to explode, she could not really do it. This was the Sky Universe Pavilion. If she dared to attack, the practitioners guarding this place would not care whether she was a disciple of the Firmament God Palace or not. However, how could she just stand by and watch the moon spirit butterfly cocoons that she had found with great difficulty disappear just like that? Therefore, after clenching her teeth, she finally spoke again. "Wait a minute. I think you should also be here for the Firmament God Palace's Outer Disciple trial and want to join the Firmament God Palace. If so, as long as you give me the Moon Spirit butterfly cocoons, I can guarantee that you will become an Outer Disciple." Hearing this, Yan Chutian's eyes couldn't help but flicker. He never imagined that the woman before him would be able to say such words. It seemed that her status in the Firmament God Palace, or at least in the Outer Disciple trial, was not small. It was impossible for Yan Chutian to not be moved by the woman's words. He was not worried about himself not being able to pass the trial and enter the Outer Disciple trial, but he was worried about Cher. Therefore, if he agreed to the woman's request, he could almost guarantee that Cher would be able to enter the Firmament God Palace's Outer Disciple trial. However, Yan Chutian quickly extinguished this thought. He knew that if he used such a method to enter the Outer Disciple trial, many cultivators would look down on Cher. They would look down on her. Furthermore, only by passing the trial and entering the Outer Disciple trial would she have the qualifications to enter and experience the storm. Otherwise, even if she entered, she would be eliminated and it would be a waste of effort. Therefore, the answer that Luo Yu received was still Yan Chutian shaking his head. After being rejected one after another, Luo Yu could no longer hold back the anger in her heart. However, she was helpless against Yan Chutian. She could only bite her red lips and leave unwillingly. After Luo Yu left, Yan Chutian also didn't want to stay in the Sky Universe Pavilion for a moment longer. He immediately turned around and left. After leaving the Sky Universe Pavilion, Yan Chutian naturally returned to the guest room of the inn. When he returned, he immediately saw Cher's figure still sitting cross-legged and cultivating. Therefore, Yan Chutian restrained his movements and chose a position further away from Cher to avoid disturbing her. Only then did he also sit down cross-legged. Although there was still a month's time, it was still urgent. Because he had already found the Moon Spirit butterfly cocoon, he naturally had to set it up as soon as possible. Yan Chutian wanted to set up a backup plan for Cher at a critical moment. This backup plan was actually a killing formation. Not only could it trap the enemy, but it could also severely injure or even kill them. If it was a normal elixir level 8 cultivator, even if they were proficient in array Dao, setting up a trap and kill formation for others to use would be the limit. However, for Yan Chutian, who constantly studied the array Dao of the Spirit Human Sovereign, and whose array Dao was constantly improving, as long as he had enough time, the killing formation that he set up would be difficult for even a real Yuanying practitioner to ignore. However, sufficient time was the key. A month's time wasn't necessarily sufficient. Therefore, after sitting cross-legged, Yan Chutian quickly began to set up. With the power of his array Dao and the Moon Spirit butterfly cocoon silk, this trap and kill formation was completed at the fastest speed and with the greatest power. However, while he was setting up, Yan Chutian didn't notice that Cher, who had been sitting cross-legged and cultivating, seemed to be gradually changing. Not only was her originally white brows tightly furrowed, but there were also strands of faint black gas rising and lingering on her smooth forehead. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. After half a month, the atmosphere in Firmament God City had gradually become lively. Because everyone knew that in half a month's time, the Firmament God Palace would be recruiting disciples. At that time, as long as one was a young cultivator, they would be able to participate in the Outer Sect test. As long as they could pass the test, they would become an Outer Sect disciple and a member of the Firmament God Palace. At the same time, Yan Chutian and Cher's room in the inn was still as peaceful as it had been in the past half a month. In this peace, Yan Chutian's mood became more and more joyful, because in this half a month's time, he was about to succeed in setting up the formation. Add a bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 464. Originally, Yan Chutian estimated that it would take him a month to set it up. He didn't expect to see success in less than half a month. How could Yen Chutian not be happy? Because this meant that his attainments in the Tao of formations had exceeded his own expectations. Since he had already seen success, the following finishing work was naturally not a problem for Yen Chutian. Therefore, less than 2 days later, a jade ring appeared in Yen Chutian's palm. The appearance of this jade ring was not very beautiful, but compared to the trap and kill array it could burst out. No matter how beautiful it was useless. As long as spiritual power was injected into this jade ring, the trap and kill array hidden inside could burst out. The power of the array was difficult to be underestimated even by a real Yuanian cultivator. However, there was only one jade ring, which meant that this trap and kill array could only be used once. After use, the jade ring would automatically shatter and return to nothingness. Of course, Yen Chutian did not expect to be able to use it repeatedly. After all, it was not allowed by his current ability and conditions. Since the method was successfully refined, Yen Chutian naturally stopped and stood up. Then, he looked at the figure of the girl sitting cross-legged. At first glance, Yen Chutian only thought that the girl was still practicing hard, so he did not care. He just continued to conceal his movements and did not want to disturb her. However, as time passed slowly, Yen Chutian faintly felt that Cher's situation seemed to be a little strange. In such a situation, how could Yen Chutian continue to be calm? He immediately took a few steps and walked in front of Cher. As soon as he appeared in front of Cher and saw the former's appearance, how could Yen Chutian not understand what had happened to her? Qi deviation. Yen Chutian cried out in alarm. Shui-Er's current condition was that of a qi deviation. Moreover, from the looks of it, it should have been for quite some time already. Therefore, Yen Chutian did not have many scruples. He immediately hugged Cher's thin body into his arms, and then quickly spread his perception into her body, carefully sensing her situation. The more he sensed, the worse Yen Chutian's face became because he clearly sensed that Cher was indeed qi deviation, and the inner demon had been accumulating for a long time. If he had woken up a few days later, even if Shui-Er hadn't fallen, her mind would have been muddled. However, even if he discovered it now, he was shocked to find that he had no way to stop it. Yen Chutian knew quite a number of treatment methods for qi deviation, but they all required the cooperation of corresponding heaven and earth treasures. But where would he get such heaven and earth treasures? For a time, even though Yen Chutian had always been extremely calm, he could not help but panic. This situation was just like when he saw Qiu Yu sacrificing herself in front of him in the mortal world. Perhaps only at this time did Yen Chutian suddenly realize that Cher was so important to him. What should I do? What should I do? Yen Chutian was burning with anxiety, but no matter how he thought about it, he was unable to do anything. It was not until a certain moment that he suddenly realized something, and then his consciousness entered his mind, into the many methods of the mysterious Yang scripture. The mysterious Yang scripture was all-encompassing. Although it was a scripture, it actually contained many things. Therefore, Yen Chutian naturally wondered if there was a way to treat qi deviation in the mysterious Yang scripture. After a while, Yen Chutian indeed found a way to treat qi deviation as he wished. However, he did not collect the complete mysterious Yang scripture, and this treatment method was stuck in between the two. Even though he had most of it, there was still a small part that he did not know. It was hard to say whether this incomplete method would be able to cure Shui-Er, and whether it would cause other problems. However, the situation was critical. If he hesitated for a moment, Cher's situation would be worse. Now that Yen Chutian had no other way, he finally gritted his teeth and made a decision. Since he had already made a decision, Yen Chutian naturally did not have any hesitation. He looked at the treatment method and then looked at the unconscious Cher. However, at this time, Yen Chutian's eyes showed hesitation. This treatment method required the person to be cured to not be blocked by anything, even if it was clothes. In other words, he had to take off Cher's clothes. However, there was a difference between men and women. How could Yen Chutian casually take off her clothes? However, just as Yen Chutian was hesitating, Cher finally cried out in pain. This cry immediately cut off all of Yen Chutian's hesitation. Cher's life was at stake. If he hesitated because of these worldly things, he would definitely regret it in the future. Therefore, in the next moment, Yen Chutian took off the clothes of the girl in his arms, one by one, with his slightly trembling hands. When it was the turn of the underwear, Yen Chutian's slightly trembling hands trembled even more violently. However, Yen Chutian did not hesitate in the end. Therefore, in the next moment, an alluring spring scenery slowly appeared in the guest room. However, Cher's current appearance could not be said to be very attractive. There was some indifferent black chi circulating all over her body, especially on her forehead. Taking a deep breath, Yen Chutian stabilized his mind, and then expelled all of the distracting thoughts. Only then did he quickly form a seal, and slowly injected his mysterious yang qi into Cher's body. At this time, Yen Chutian felt lucky again. Fortunately, he had cultivated the mysterious yang qi early on, and even let it step into the 3rd grade. Otherwise, he would still be helpless at this time. Under the continuous injection of Yen Chutian's 3rd grade mysterious yang qi, Cher's condition finally gradually stabilized. However, this was only stable. According to the records of the treatment method, it still needed to guide the body. Essence blood into the body. Yen Chutian vaguely knew why this was, because his essence blood was constantly being refined by the mysterious yang qi, and could be considered as one with it. If Cher's body could absorb his essence blood, it would be able to evolve some mysterious yang qi on its own. Although it could not be used to attack, it could also be used to form a defense in her body. It should also be used to dispel the heart demon. However, what made Yen Chutian uncertain was that the next part of the treatment method was incomplete. Therefore, he did not know if it had already ended, and if there would be any consequences. Returning to the main topic, since they had already reached this step, Yen Chutian would naturally not hesitate any longer. He immediately cut his finger and slowly forced out the essence blood hidden in his body. Then, through the space between Shui-Er's eyebrows, it spread throughout her entire body. The treatment method of the mysterious Yang scripture showed its magic at this time. Almost as soon as Yen Chutian began to sacrifice his essence blood, he could feel that the originally unconscious Cher was gradually regaining consciousness. At the same time, the black qi that had accumulated on her forehead and body also quickly dissipated. As the black qi dissipated, the girl's fair skin gradually recovered its luster. It was also because of this that if Yen Chutian could still remain calm before, it would be difficult for him to maintain his composure now. The refinement and integration of the essence blood continued. However, a step earlier, the unconscious girl finally opened her beautiful eyes. When her beautiful eyes opened slightly, Cher saw Yen Chutian at first glance. Naturally, she would not ignore her current situation. However, she also understood what Yen Chutian was doing. This was because she had already discovered that something was wrong with her when she was cultivating before she fainted. At this moment, she regained her senses. Even though she had never experienced it before, Cher could guess that she had gone berserk. At this moment, Big Brother Yen should be treating her. Even she herself did not know why it was such an embarrassing situation. Her heart tightened as the girl hurriedly closed her beautiful eyes. However, she also understood that even if she closed her eyes, her body could still be easily seen by Yen Chutian. At the same time, Yen Chutian naturally sensed that Cher had woken up. This caused him to have an awkward expression on his face as he hurriedly shifted his gaze away. At this moment, the two people's hearts began to beat violently. At this moment, these two originally unimportant hearts seemed to have an indescribable connection that gradually built up. This connection seemed to be attached to the essence blood that Yen Chutian was continuously merging into Cher's forehead. After a full hour, the merging of the essence blood finally ended. After an hour's consumption, Yen Chutian hurriedly sat cross-legged on the ground to recover. Yen Chutian sat cross-legged on the ground, while Cher hurriedly pulled the large blanket over her, hiding even her head under it. Only the heavens knew how hot her heart and face were at this moment. Add a bookmark to make it easier to read. Chapter 465. It was definitely not something that could be recovered in a short period of time. Therefore, after recovering slightly, Yen Chutian slowly stopped and opened his eyes. At first glance, he naturally looked at the woman on the bed. However, at this time, the woman was curled up under the quilt, so he couldn't see anything. But even if he didn't see, Yen Chutian could imagine how shy the woman was at this time. After all, no matter what, he, a man, had seen her entire body. Yen Chutian had never encountered such a situation before. Therefore, he could only force himself to keep a straight face and hurriedly blurted out what he wanted to say. However, before Yen Chutian could open her mouth, a woman's voice that was clearly tinged with shyness sounded from under the blanket. "Brother Yen, you go out for a while. Cher is coming out." "Okay, I'll go out right away," Yen Chutian immediately answered, then pushed open the door and walked out quickly, then closed the door tightly. And he didn't know if it was his own misperception, but Yen Chutian seemed to hear the rustling sound of clothes being put on in the room. This made him quickly shake his head. This room had a restriction that he set up. Even if he used spiritual power to sense, it was difficult to detect the movement inside, let alone hear it with his ears. In Yen Chutian's opinion, it was probably the scene that happened before that even disturbed his state of mind. Because even at this time, he couldn't help but think about the spring scene that he saw before. His state of mind fluctuated. Not long after, the door behind Yen Chutian was opened again. Glancing over, he saw that Shui was already dressed as usual. However, from the little blush that appeared on her face and spread to the tip of her ears, it was not difficult to see that her heart was not like her appearance. Then, she welcomed Yen Chutian into the room. The girl didn't say anything, and she didn't even dare to look at Yen Chutian. Thus, the atmosphere in the guest room was so awkward that it was about to freeze. However, Yen Chutian knew that someone had to break the awkwardness. Compared to Cher, who was an inexperienced young girl, it was obvious that he, who had reincarnated twice, was more suitable. Therefore, Yen Chutian tried his best to stabilize his mind as he slowly opened his mouth to Cher. "Cher, this is a trap and kill array jade ring. As long as you inject spiritual energy into it, it can be activated. In the outer core test of the Firmament God Palace, I may not be able to help you all the time, so this jade bracelet can play a role at the critical moment." "Thank you, Brother Yen." The girl lowered her head and whispered. At the same time, she stretched out her hand and took the jade bracelet from Yen Chutian. If taking out the jade bracelet was the starting point to break the awkwardness, then what he was going to say next was the key. Yen Chutian knew that no matter what the reason was, he had to give an explanation to a woman. Cough cough, that Cher, actually just now, there was a slight hesitation. In the end, Yen Chutian slowly said the words in his heart. However, just as he was about to say those words, the young woman also spoke and interrupted him. "Brother Yen, Cher understands her situation. I also know that you have no choice but to do this in order to save Cher. Therefore, Yen Chutian doesn't need to apologize. On the contrary, Cher should thank you for saving her life." When her voice fell, the girl obviously looked like she really wanted to thank Yen Chutian. This naturally made Yen Chutian quickly shake his head. Since they had already spoken, the awkward atmosphere had been relieved by more than half. Yen Chutian did not avoid it anymore and immediately asked if Yen Chutian still felt that there was something wrong. This was because he was very clear that the majority of the mysterious Yang scripture that he obtained recorded the treatment method of qi deviation was not complete. There was still a part missing. However, it seemed that the current Cher seemed to have completely recovered, Under Yen Chutian's inquiry, Cher naturally hurriedly and carefully sensed her own condition. However, under careful perception, she did not feel the slightest discomfort. Instead, she was much stronger than before. Although the girl's situation made Yen Chutian somewhat difficult to understand, for Cher, he was naturally willing to think positively. Perhaps this treatment method was only missing a very small part. Even if it was missing, it did not matter. However, just as Yen Chutian did not say anything more and was about to ask Cher other questions, the originally calm girl suddenly had a shocked expression on her face. The girl's sudden change also made Yen Chutian's expression change. Could it be that there was a sudden situation? Under Yen Chutian's gaze, Cher calmed down for a while. Then, with a shocked expression, she gradually raised her beautiful eyes and fixed them on the former's face. Brother Yen, Cher, seems to be able to feel your heartbeat. Hearing this, Yen Chutian's expression changed. Cher could actually feel his heartbeat? This was impossible. Cultivators could hide their own aura. Even if they could hide their aura, it would naturally include their heartbeat. And with Yen Chutian's temperament that had been cultivated through many experiences, he was almost always hiding his aura. In other words, if he stood in front of others, if the other party did not open their eyes, they would not be able to sense his existence at all. Although this kind of aura concealment would be infinitely weakened in front of a strong opponent, Cher was clearly not in this category. Moreover, Yen Chutian was even more clear that from the beginning to the end, Cher did not use a trace of perception. Therefore, how could she possibly sense his heartbeat? However, just as Yen Chutian was puzzled, his silent expression suddenly changed. Because in this kind of silence, he seemed to sense a faint movement that seemed to be coming from the depths of his body. This was the sound of a heartbeat, but Yen Chutian was very clear that this was not his heartbeat. This heartbeat seemed to be it belonged to the girl in front of him, Cher? Brother Yen, you also felt it? Meeting the former's shocked gaze, Cher spoke softly again. And this time, other than shock, her tone was also mixed with a faint layer of joy. Because in this kind of situation, in her eyes, there was only one possibility, and that was telepathy. And telepathy was rumored to be a connection that could only be formed between an extremely intimate man and woman. Yen Chutian's thoughts were naturally not what Cher was thinking, but he was keenly aware that this might be related to what he had done before. In other words, it was the method of curing qi deviation that resulted in this kind of result? Regarding this kind of result, Yen Chutian did not know how to describe it with words. But at least for now, it seemed that the advantages outweighed the disadvantages. At least this kind of connection allowed them to be sure that the other party was safe and sound. As long as the heartbeat in the depths of their hearts did not stop, it proved that the other party was still alive. Moreover, even if they were dissatisfied, there was nothing they could do. This kind of connection came inexplicably, so how could they cut it off? Yen Chutian did not linger on this topic for too long. Soon, he changed the topic back to the words he had stopped talking about earlier. The Firmament God Palace's outer sect test was imminent, and the two of them must pass the test and enter the outer sect. Firmament God Palace, deep in the outer sect. Under a spiritual altar that was constantly emitting pure spiritual energy, a girl in a green dress was holding a jade box in her hand and waiting quietly. After waiting for a long time, the spiritual altar that was shrouded in spiritual mist slowly opened. A beautiful figure with a taller figure and an extremely cold temperament walked out from it. The waiting girl finally revealed a joyful expression and went up to greet her. "Sister, this is a gift from little Yu." Without any explanation, the girl, who was Luo Yu, pushed the jade box to the tall figure. Seeing this, the beautiful figure, who had always been shrouded in frost, finally revealed a faint smile. Even if it was just a casual smile, it was enough to make the sun and moon lose their color. It was a pity that no one else could see such a beautiful scene. The cold woman slowly opened the jade box, revealing an ice blue robe. From the color, It was extremely suitable for the cold woman's temperament. However, the cold lady acted as if she did not see this. She merely gently rubbed Luo Yu's head as a smile surfaced on her cold face. "Sister, this robe is not bad, right?" Luo Yu said coquettishly. But at the same time, she seemed to have thought of something and a sullen expression appeared on her face. "But there's a stinky fellow who caused this gift to be imperfect." As she spoke, Luo Yu gently lifted the corner of the robe. This was a robe made of the moon's spiritual butterfly's cocoon silk. Only this part was missing, so it could only be made up with ordinary materials. Add a bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 466. The more Luo Yu spoke, the angrier she got, especially when she recalled the other party's attitude towards her. She was a disciple of the Firmament God Palace. Not to mention that, her appearance alone was enough to make all men admire her. However, that guy actually chose to ignore her and directly rejected her idea. She had never been so humiliated by a man. Humph, he better not participate in the outer sect test. Otherwise, I'll definitely teach him a lesson. Luo Yu snorted to herself. Hearing this, the cold woman shook her head helplessly. She didn't care about a piece of clothing. However, with her character, even if she knew that Luo Yu was unreasonable in this matter, she was too lazy to care about who she wanted to deal with. Luo Yu didn't stay for long, as if she had received a confession from the woman. Soon, her delicate figure flickered and disappeared into the depths of the outer sect. In the air, only the girl's crisp laughter was left. "Sister, I won't accompany you any longer. I have to go back and prepare for the outer sect test. This is the first task given to me by my father. I can't mess it up." Looking at Luo Yu's departing figure, the cold woman gradually withdrew her smile. Her delicate face was quickly covered with frost. Then, the woman turned around and walked back to the spiritual platform without hesitation. When she sat down and meditated, a dense spiritual mist shrouded her, and everything returned to its original state. The outer sect test of the Firmament God Palace was imminent. The atmosphere of the entire Firmament God City became unprecedentedly hot. This kind of atmosphere was extremely tempting for young rogue cultivators, who didn't want to be a member of the huge Firmament God Palace. However, not all young cultivators would participate in the outer sect test of the Firmament God Palace. After all, no matter how great the temptation was, everyone clearly knew just how intense it was. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that even a 9th-level elixir cultivator might not be able to enter the Firmament God Palace if they were slightly unlucky. Only a group of people with the best strength and luck could become the outer sect disciple of the Firmament God Palace and step into that ancient and mysterious land. In the Firmament God Palace Inn, it was unknown if it was because of the experience of chi deviation that was close to a life and death trial, but Cher's cultivation did not decrease. Instead, it increased. She was only a step away from the 7th-level elixir. However, this was her limit. After all, it had only been a month since her last breakthrough. After a few more days of preparation, the outer disciple test of the Firmament God Palace finally came under the gaze of countless people. Early in the morning, the atmosphere of the entire Firmament God City was ignited to the extreme. The stronger the faction, the less they would underestimate New Xiozha. This was because they knew that only an endless stream of young blood could maintain the prosperity of their forces. Otherwise, no matter how powerful a force was, it would still fall after reaching its peak of glory. Because there was no successor, they quickly withered away. Thus, the Firmament God Palace attached great importance to this outer sect examination. Since the Firmament God Palace attached great importance to it, how could the Firmament God City slack off? As far as the eye could see, countless figures had already gathered at the huge square in the center of the Firmament God City. Although the cultivations of these figures were not strong, they were all extremely young. Only cultivators like them had the qualifications to stand here because they were the participants of today's outer court exam. Perhaps there were some hoodlums in such a large crowd, but most of them were still in high spirits and full of anticipation. They were all looking forward to the moment when they became an outer disciple of the firmament god Palace. Yen Shutian and Cher were already in the crowd. With their cultivations, they were not eye-catching at all. The only thing that could possibly draw the attention of others was Shui-Er's appearance. After returning to the firmament god Palace, Yen Shutian did not even use the name Yen Shutian or Yen Chu to avoid unnecessary trouble. Instead, he used the two words, Yen Yun. Cher followed him and used the surname Yen, so she was called Yen Shui. Looking over, Yen Shutian was slowly scanning the crowd with his spiritual eye. Although the surrounding situation did not shock Yen Shutian, the fact was that there were countless young Xiozhi participating in the outer court exam of the firmament god Palace. If all the so-called geniuses of the mortal world were to appear here, they would not be able to stir up even the slightest ripple. Although such a situation did not shock Yen Shutian, it still made him feel some pressure. Even if he was confident in being selected, Cher was not. The more people there were, the more intense the competition. How could Yen Shutian not be worried about whether Cher could break through the encirclement? But the key was the situation of the firmament god Palace's outer court exam today. If possible, Yen Shutian would naturally protect Cher from the beginning to the end. But if the situation did not allow it, Cher could only rely on herself and the jade bracelet of the confinement-killing array. However, just as Yen Shutian was waiting, he did not expect to see several figures appearing one by one in the square. Yen Shutian didn't recognize any of these figures. Only the beautiful figure in the middle made him recognize her. Wasn't this figure Luoyu, who had a dispute with him a month ago? Yen Shutian knew that there would be outer sect elders overseeing such a major event. But they might not be the ones presiding over it. It might be some old outer sect disciples who were chosen. And the current situation was very likely that these figures would be the ones presiding over the outer court exam. If it was a normal situation, Yen Shutian would not care about which old disciple presiding over it. But Luoyu had a dispute with him, so Yen Shutian could not guarantee that she would not do anything to him in the outer court exam. If she did something, then even if she was confident, Yen Chu would not be able to do anything. Even the heavens could not guarantee that he would be selected. But that was the situation. Even if Yen Shutian felt bad, there was nothing he could do. He could only hope that Luoyu would ignore him, or would disdain to do something to him in this matter. In short, after waiting for another hour, when the elders arrived, it was not out of Yen Shutian's expectations. It was the old disciples who had appeared before who presided over the outer court exam. And Yen Shutian could clearly see that the person presiding over it was Luoyu. She tapped her foot lightly and her delicate body flew out, descending in the middle of everyone's line of sight. Actually, Luoyu was extremely suitable for presiding over such an occasion. After all, her appearance was extremely beautiful. Although she was still young, it was enough to move people. After that, her clear voice, supported by spiritual energy, resounded throughout the entire square. All participating cultivators, the first test you will face is the Spirit Feather Secret Realm of my Firmament God Palace. In the Secret Realm, there are a total of 256 Jade Tablet. Only by obtaining the Jade Tablet will you be able to stand out from the crowd and enter the next round. But there are many dangers in the Spirit Feather Secret Realm. Beside every Jade Tablet, there are also spiritual beasts and mechanisms. So if you don't have enough strength, don't try to obtain the Jade Tablet. As Luoyu spoke, the expressions of many young cultivators in the square gradually turned serious. Because there were nearly 1,000 people participating in the outer court exam, it meant that in the first round, there was only a 1 in 4 chance of advancing. It was extremely low. From this, one could imagine how intense the first round of the exam would be. While everyone's expression was solemn, Yen Shutian let out a sigh of relief. Because in the Spirit Feather Secret Realm, he did not need to be separated from Cher because of the rules. Even if he had to rely on his own strength, As long as he did not encounter a true Yuanying realm cultivator, Yan Chutian was not afraid. Even if there were some Yuanying practitioners in the crowd, there would not be more than 20 of them. There was still a huge gap between them and 256. Back to the topic, when Yan Chutian let out a sigh of relief, the Spirit Feather Secret Realm had already been moved to the square. This was a spiritual mountain that was 5 feet tall. However, the outline was obviously just a disguise. The real thing was the secret realm hidden within the spiritual mountain. In his previous life, Yan Chutian had never heard of the spiritual mountain secret realm, nor had he ever entered it. But of course, it wasn't because Yan Chutian didn't have the qualifications, but because the Spirit Feather Secret Realm was not worthy of Yan Chutian's identity. In the past, Yan Chutian had entered the largest secret realms of the Firmament God Palace. He had even entered some shocking secret realms that were controlled by the 6 palaces, because only such secret realms could attract Yan Chutian to enter them. Genius 1 second. Remember the address of the website. Sogu Mobile Version Website. Chapter 467. P.S. I've been waiting and waiting, but the recommendation still hasn't come. Can anyone see it? There was a sea of people in the surroundings of the Firmament God Palace. At this moment, everyone's gazes were gathered on the sky above the plaza. Although she was still young, she was already extremely attractive. At the same time, the woman's clear voice slowly rang out once again. Every cultivator that enters the Spiritual Feather Secret Realm will automatically have a spiritual tablet in their hands when they enter. As long as you crush the spiritual tablet, you can immediately leave the secret realm. However, leaving the secret realm in this manner also means that you have failed. So unless there is no other choice, do not crush the spiritual tablet. At this point, Luo Yu no longer spoke as she turned around and returned to the group of people behind her. As she flew back, the several outer court elders in charge slowly turned their gazes towards the spiritual mountain where the Spiritual Feather Secret Realm was hidden. Amongst this group of elders, the Heavenly Palace stage was just the foundation. The white-browed old man in the middle had even surpassed the Heavenly Palace stage. And these were just some ordinary elders of the Firmament God Palace. From this, one could see how powerful the Firmament God Palace was. Returning to the main topic, when the few outer sect elders locked their gazes onto the spiritual mountain, the white-browed old man led them to circulate the power of their heavenly palaces and inject it into the spiritual mountain to open the Spiritual Feather Secret Realm. Not long later, a 10-foot-tall spatial vortex appeared on the spiritual mountain. Clearly, this was the entrance to the Spiritual Feather Secret Realm. When the Spiritual Feather Secret Realm opened, the white-browed old man's thunderous roar suddenly exploded. The secret realm has already opened. If you don't enter now, then when? Everyone was woken up by his words. Upon hearing the cry of the old man with white eyebrows, many cultivators ceased the reverie and shock in their hearts. Subsequently, they ceased hesitating and charged into the spatial whirlpool like sharp arrows. An exciting show was clearly going to play out in the Spiritual Feather Secret Realm that had been sealed for a long time. Looking at the figures rushing into the Spirit Feather Secret Realm, Yan Chutian was not in a hurry. Instead, he waited for the crowd to lessen before patting the girl beside him and whispering, "Cher, follow me closely." Knowing that the former was preparing to enter the Spirit Feather Secret Realm, Cher also became nervous. Furthermore, she seemed to be afraid of being separated from Yan Chutian. She actually took small steps forward and gently hugged the former's waist. Yan Chutian's body couldn't help but tighten as he felt the soft and tender body behind him, as well as the pair of voluptuous breasts. He didn't know what to do. However, he could vaguely feel that Cher was afraid of being separated from him. Therefore, he did not say much and only comforted her. Then, he summoned his spiritual energy to protect himself and the girl. He squeezed through the crowd and rushed into the Spiritual Feather secret territory. "Rain, junior sister, you've done well." The crowd below was surging, but the crowd seemed to be somewhat calm. A green-robed man revealed a gentle smile as he looked at Luo Yu beside him. Following which, a soft voice that was as gentle as jade slowly sounded out. "Thank you, Senior Brother Guo." Hearing this, Luo Yu replied with a faint smile. However, although this smile was extremely beautiful, it revealed a perfunctory and unfamiliar feeling. And with such an obvious meaning, how could the green-robed man, who was called Senior Brother Guo, not understand? However, he was used to it. After all, he knew that although Luo Yu seemed to be easy to get along with, her personality was extremely indifferent, no different from her sister. However, he was very confident that as he slowly melted, he would eventually be able to make the stunning girl in front of him obediently fall into his embrace. Therefore, his face still revealed a gentle, calm and peaceful expression. However, at the same time, Luo Yu's beautiful face could no longer maintain its calm, because she had already seen Yan Chutian, who had passed through the crowd. Moreover, she also saw Cher, who intimately clung to Yan Chutian's back. Towards Yan Chutian, because of what happened that day, she no longer had the slightest good impression of him. Therefore, when she saw such a scene, she naturally thought, could it be that this guy had seduced that girl? It must be so. How could such an extraordinary girl be so blind to be so intimate with a guy like him? The change in Luo Yu's mood naturally could not escape the green-robed man who had been secretly observing her. Therefore, the former could not help but ask softly, "Junior Sister Yu, what's wrong?" Turning around to face the green-robed man's gentle face, Luo Yu did not say anything in the end. This was not only because she saw that Yan Chutian and Cher had already entered the Spirit Feather secret realm. It was also because although this Senior Brother Guo had always been extremely good to her, and was gentle and elegant, it had always made it difficult for her to get close to him. This was like a unique intuition that belonged to a young girl. She always unconsciously found it extremely difficult to have a good impression of the green-robed man. Seeing that Luo Yu was obviously hiding something, although the green-robed man did not seem to care, a trace of coldness flashed across his face when he turned around. This woman was really untactful. The calm space was broken, and figures wrapped in the power of space descended one by one on this unfamiliar land. This was the Spirit Feather secret realm. When Yan Chutian and Cher also descended into the Spirit Feather secret realm, Yan Chutian was not in a hurry to bring Cher to look for the jade tablet. Instead, he took the initiative to scan this unfamiliar space. Scanning with his spiritual eye, there was no one around. However, this was understandable. After all, this was a spatial world. Even if 1,000 people entered, they would not be able to meet each other all the time. After that, Yan Chutian continued to scan. Although he did not sense any powerful auras around him, he could vaguely sense them. Suddenly, he felt that there were some powerful auras hidden in the depths of the dense forest. With his spiritual eye, Yan Chutian could clearly see that these auras did not belong to cultivators, but to spirit beasts. Moreover, they were all Yuanying stage spirit beasts. Spirit beasts that were comparable to Yuanying stage spirit beasts were very strong. Therefore, if possible, Yan Chutian naturally wanted to avoid these spirit beasts as much as possible. However, from a certain point of view, these spirit beasts might not be able to avoid them. After all, in a place where such powerful spirit beasts existed, it was very likely that there would be one of the 256 jade tablet. At the same time, as the first disciple of the Firmament God Palace, Yan Chutian was very clear about the temperament of the Firmament God Palace. If someone told him that there was no difference between the 256 jade tablets, he would definitely not believe it. Even for new disciples, the Firmament God Palace would have a ranking. And this ranking was very likely to be determined based on their performance today. Therefore, if possible, Yan Chutian also wanted to obtain the highest status. Only then could he quickly rise and enter the inner sect as soon as possible and have the best chance to meet his master. Otherwise, no matter who it was, if he rashly revealed his identity, he would not be able to prove himself. He might even be treated as a lunatic and be chased out of the firmament god palace. Therefore, in the end, Yen Chutian still brought the girl and slowly walked towards the source of the huge aura. After getting closer, Yen Chutian could roughly scan through the valley in front of him with his spiritual eye. In the valley there was a three-headed demonic spirit python. The three-headed demonic spirit python was called a three-headed demonic spirit python, not because this spirit beast really had 3 heads. Instead, it was because it could absorb the demonic spirit chi and continuously produce black demonic light balls on both sides of its head. When it condensed 2 black demonic light balls, it meant that it was already one of the best in the yuanying stage. However, Yen Chutian could clearly see that the 2 black demonic light balls of the three-headed demonic spirit python in the valley were not complete. They only had the embryonic form. This also meant that it had not been long since it stepped into the yuanying stage. Even so, Yen Chutian did not dare to underestimate it. Ever since the yuanying stage, there was not much difference between spirit beasts and humans. They had just gained intelligence. Even if their intelligence was still immature, they could already think like humans and even use schemes and tricks. Therefore, if it was purely Yen Chutian's thoughts, he did not want to provoke this three-headed demonic spirit python. However, Yen Chutian could already see that there was a jade tablet inlaid on the head of the three-headed demonic spirit python. A jade tablet inlaid on the head of a three-headed demonic spirit python in the yuanying stage. If it was as Yen Chutian thought, its level would definitely not be low. Yen Chutian's gaze made Cher realize something. However, she did not say anything. Instead, she quietly waited for Yen Chutian's decision. This was because no matter what Yen Chutian wanted to do, she would follow him closely and would not leave him for even a moment. Genius memorized this site's address in 1 second. Sogu mobile version website.